Jingle, jingle, pay attention, pay attention. I said your favorite word, the back rooms. Okay, the back rooms. Dingle, dangle, dingle, dangle.
Coming from... Pengu. Oh. Oh. Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile! What the fuck?
Like that.
Hey!
Fuck.
Magic missile!
Fire.
Magic missile! Fireball!
Like a fucking rat.
I don't know.
Why am I even trying to shoot you? You're on my team. What the fuck? What am I doing?
I don't know, man.
I've lost it, man. The fucking...
Are you a warlock?
The corgi shrunk me.
Fucking bollock.
11. How you doing? How was Resident Evil 9 Requiem? Hope you had fun. Thank you for the sound. Thank Kiki. This one. Oh, I haven't added the bark. Smile. I'm good. Okay. So, since y'all are here, I will put this disclaimer because I feel it's very important with the first bounty. Let me go to my... This is very important to say straight in the first because it's very important to establish. There we go. We are going to do an hour of coverage of the game, and then we're going to play another game, which I got the key through K-Mailer, and then we can...
How will you serve me?
Goodwitch_Azami just subscribed with Prime.
Wow, thank you for the Prime, so Asami, thank you. Wow, Primer, yes.
Because I feel like this will make me feel better. More drugs? Oh my god! What am I supposed to do with this? Put it down? Don't put it in your pocket!
Okay.
That's a used needle! That's dirty. That's clotty. That's disgusting. That's actually rank.
Exactly. Using needles are such a literally freaky thing to...
I'm kidding. I fucking love porgies. Porgies are fucking cute. I can't be too mean. I love the short legs. I also love munchkin cats. Munchkin cats are the ones with the teeny tiny short stubby legs. I think it's so cute when pets have like really fucking short stubby legs.
She likes me. And what I am. I am a corgi. Thus, you like me. She said she likes me. Funny enough, I think I was the one that made that. That one. Let me see. I need here. Okay. Which category is this one? Meow.
Ska jag börja försöka prata med Skåne på? Vad i helvete? Vad fan? Jag vill inte prata skånska. Varför ska jag prata skånska för? Jag orkar inte. I don't know if I even can talk Skåne. Not that I want to.
I love how you say buff. You always have to say buffan like you're trying to be a slay. Buffan. The more you slay with it, the more the effectiveness of it is. Okay. Huh? I love how my antivirus detect this as a virus. Don't you love it? Lovely. Smile. Take a shower. A shower. Also, you miss. I think I saw him. Let me double check. I saw a shade of orange. I think I saw Atom. No, I don't see Atom. Anyway, he hit shot. Autumn steps.
Tough time never lasts.
Only tough people last.
Tough people last.
It's the That's amazing. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's so good.
Okay. Timer 1 hour. Thank you, Serrybot. Let's do coverage for 1 hour. An hour exactly. And then we move to another game. So, I got this key for free to give it a review if I wanted to, because I want to keep building my reviewer whatchamacallit, my reviewer status, so I can keep trying cooler games, quotation marks. I'm going to do coverage of this game. Heads up, look at the disclaimer. In the tweets of this game, they seem to have partnered with some NFT blockchain shenanigan, which is very stupid, very cringe, and I don't approve of that. That being said, they doesn't seem to use AI, or at least they don't say it, which is a lesser evil too. So far, the game is not accessible for anyone. It has an open beta, if I recall correctly. Now you only can play it through to key or till they open again the beta. It has something very interesting about the gameplay, is that you can choose between tactical and turn-based. That's what caught my eyes. The game still is very bare bones. All these nodes disappear. Interesting. Let's try to do one of each. The game is very bare bones, by the way. So far, very bare bones. See, this pilot says ground and space missions. There's an error in my microphone. Let's space mission. Okay, let's do it real time, then turn base, which space missions and turn base, in my opinion, are horrible. But whatever.
They keep probing this sector. Take position, prioritize defense, and don't get distracted. Focus wins battles.
Defended from swarm by ship wave 1. What's that? What? What the fuck? The hell? What the hell? Wee. Wee.
Don't falter. Track their patterns. Participate in maneuvers and keep our assets on.
Maybe I cannot hit shack shit of you if between the do it. It may be that my ship is shit. I will give you that. But there is no penalty for dying as far as I don't collect residue. And I just did. Sting. Well, I want it far away.
Every ship you eliminate buys its time. Precision matters no more than ever.
I hope there are better ship things, because at this point with this game I feel like it's better to play No Man's Sky for the for the ship battles.
Excellent work, Echo. Reinforcements are coming in. Pull back to the Nexus.
Okay. You know, fuck off. Okay. That was a bit too much. Ooh. Oh yes, has like a battle pass thing. Which I don't care much because space and ground. We need this one. Okay, let's do turn-based ship. Which the turn-based ship, in my opinion, is very odd. Like very. I seen turn-based ship related, and usually they are not done like this. Loop. Can I shoot? Yes. Also
Don't
from
falter. Track their patterns, anticipate their maneuvers, and keep our assets online.
enter. Okay. Refuses to elaborate. No, I want this. Shite. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, that miss. Oof.
Every ship you eliminate buys us time. Precision matters now more than ever.
Can I see my HP? Yes, can I? Yes. Uh-oh. I don't know where this is going. Oh fuck, I don't have I think I'm in range, yes. Fuck off. Okay. Barrel roll, no. Roll, yes.
Excellent work, Echo. Reinforcements are coming in. Pull back to the next.
Look at him spin. They don't have any movement that. Loop and turn around. I would love to. Yeah, to turn around. Barrel roll. Hello there. Smile. No, that's dangerous. Ow. Barrel roll. Nice. Something this game needs, in my opinion, is faster turn base, because sometimes it's very slow. Okay. Barrel roll. That's also like a minor problem in my opinion, is that unless you kill everything, you are not granted the ability to free move. You are restrained by the limitation of your ship. For example, how am I supposed to collect this? There we go. Okay, now we do whatever. Wait, what? It's really out of my reach. That doesn't make much sense. What? Okay, he can shoot me if I'm beside them. There we go. And now I recover full movement since I kill all the enemies. Yippee. These things are used to like upgrade your shit. Like literally your ship, your everything. I got something? I don't know what that is. But I'm sure I want like... I fell off. Like a newer, like a handgun for LAN operations. Any table is okay because since once you get to it, I have 5. Okay, I have 5. Come on. Ship weapon. Pistol. cool, I guess. Ship parts, hull, no. Wings, tusk. Tail. Same. Yes. Mask is the last one. Okay, now I can go to loadouts. Sidearm. Why I cannot equip a sidearm? Why? Okay. Ship and list. What the fuck? And if I can, yeah, I have this. I have this one, and this one. Interesting. My weapon. Interesting. No, I like the sniper. Okay, let's see if we can do some ground mission. Real time first. Also, don't ask me about the story of the game because I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, man. There we go. One of the things I will ask the people of this game is pretty please add a reload songs for like the sniper whenever you, so I can know whenever it's ready to shoot again. Oh, I'm not sure what killed me. I don't know how I'm supposed to literally.
Time to fight the blight. Take some crop samples.
I beg your pardon. Also, by the way, you got stamina, but if you jump, you can keep the momentum and still recover stamina. Which I found pretty funny if I was like this. What the hell? How do I... There we are. The fact that you have to get close is very stupid. Because sadly, if they keep spawning, you cannot close it. There we are. They are in the crops. They are in the goddamn crops. So yeah, as you can tell, the game so far looks very bare bones, which is not something intrinsically bad. But neither gives them points of favor. Am I stuck? No, there. There is a lot of things that should be like fixed, and in one of the first missions I did, I soft lock myself from being able to complete it, just because the task is not given to you at the start and I wander off. And for when I grab this task, I already completed everything and didn't account for it. So yeah.
Facility teams can handle the cleanup now. You've done what had to be done.
What is the exit? That's also something I find very funny. Every time you exit in a ground unit, you die. Like, you can tell the body ragdolls. Interesting. Did they fix it? When I first played, every time you cross it, like, your body ragdolled. Okay. Now, time to do the exact same mission building. Oh, how is called? In turn base, was it this one? Yeah. Oh, so you can change missions, okay. No, I didn't fucking know.
Factory integrity at 40%. Hostiles active. Your objective: secure the research and get out.
Okay. If the game made me pull a fucking XCOM, I was going to be very angry. Where I'm supposed to go? Something that I find very interesting, the fact that this game has like a turn-based mode, is the fact that how do you balance the fact that you are one against lots? Maybe from here. Also seems stupid, but in a sense it's okay that they have to roll so much because I have cover.
You've opened a path to the terminal. Grab the logs before more appear.
No, I didn't want to move over there. Interact is their own
Data's
button.
coming through. Every schematic file, every test log. Prototype's location marked. Now get it before they do.
Overwatch? Okay. That's the waypoint. I see someone over there. I shoot them? No. It's out of my sight. Do they talk? It's the first time I ever hear them like mutter something. Shite. Interact.
Another wave inbound. They really don't want us to have it.
Okay. Is there any medium? Over here? There we go. Oh, it's a explosive boy.
Get out of there.
Okay. Yes, there are two enemies. Both of them are gay. Can I shoot this one from here? Yes. Whee! And now I reposition towards here. That was all. Wait. There we go. It's kind of funny you get Overwatch, but rarely any moves, except the bomb boys, I suppose. I'm not 20. Error 1. Fuck. Let me see. Do I fall and trip like... No, they fixed it. That's interesting. Also, for some reason you get a lot more shit for turn-based than real time. I don't know why does it. Why does this it? Maybe they're trying to push more the turn-based. Maybe. We battle pass a smile. Fuck off. What the fuck is that? Mission unlocked. The next step in the story of Season 0. I see. How much are we having so far? We are... Wait. Hold on, wait. Where the fuck is my... What the fuck, samurai? Okay. There's a bit more. I want to do one more. Like... a factory. Let's try the first one. Turn-based, because turn-based is better, I guess. It may not be as fun as real person, but real time.
Down, that means every shuttle in orbit is on blind approach. Get to the array and fix it before something goes off course.
Also, don't ask me what I think about the NPCs. I would love to be able to start attacking Smile. Explosive bar. Kaboom! As if. Treasure boy. Okay, now I collect the residuum. And turn level here. Doided. Residium. No enemies, so I have this one over there, but I doubt I can shoot them. Yeah, it's too far away.
You're going to want to clear any space bugs off the platform if you want this done efficiently.
Lovely. There we go. When you look at that trio styles, just like the medic told me to. Of course, Overwatch doesn't fucking work. Okay, let's see. So the only one I can attack. Good. It's like Oi!
Whole guidance matrix.
Don't do that. Stop it. Get some help. I need to retreat. But first, let me take a selfie. Can I shoot? I love that I can see one over there, but the game is like, no, it's not in your line of sight. Fuck off. Boom. Also, thank you for the lure, Kismat. I appreciate. If you wonder why they have like more turns, I think they have a rifle, and the rifle has two to 3 shots. So either they have less movements than I do, or they just choosing not to enact. Okay. Rachilium. Hope you all had fun with Penguin Resident Evil, Resident Evil. I've been playing it on my own and it's very fun. As I told like Penguin Mika, I know not as pro as them to hold myself to stream it. 50 minutes. 50 minutes is all I need.
Alright, good. The signals are stabilizing. Run a test on the orbit channels. Make sure nothing's drifting. Shuttles should be able to navigate safely now. You kept the station operational. Well done.
The camera is being a bit bullshit. Okay. Beep. I don't even know what the fuck these are. Because I don't know if they are like loot boxes, if they are not loot boxes. No, I like the fact that you level up so much more through turn-based. It's a bit... Isn't it looking alright? Seems like so. If you wonder why always come to the same place, because it doesn't matter. Once that you reach one of the places, you can move to any, which in my opinion defeats the fact that you have to move. In my opinion.
Very well. Submit to my authority and you may join me.
Loppy NZ just subscribed for 4 months. Come play Warframe.
Later. Literally the spies heads and the medic when they says kill me later. Rifle, sniper rifle, give me a rifle. I don't even know if I had Warframe. I think I didn't install it. And give me a shotgun, so I have one of each. And now in the loadouts, I can go to what's considered like a sidearm then. I don't get it. Wait. This? It's putting like a marker. Odd. Hey. Why my backpack got removed? Because there we go. And space. Now I can equip missiles. Yeah. How are you doing? Good, Loppy. I don't know if I have Warframe. I might. not gonna lie, I might shoot for the jajas. But they have this one and another game to cover. So yeah. Let me cheat. I did the first mission. We have some facts. You know what? I want another space one in turn base.
Listen up, those distortions aren't just anomalies, they're potential doorways. If we can chart them, we can expand our reach. Every reading you bring back gives us a foothold further into the unknown. Fly through each distortion and log the data. We need hard numbers, not speculation.
Okay. Can I shoot them? Yes. Wait, what? Are they an ally or oh no, they are an enemy? Never mind. New. Wait, I cannot. I cannot.
We're pulling clean readings. Keep it moving. We're just getting started.
I wish you could like just move normally. There we are. Missiles, fire! Did they do something? Oh. It took it like a moment to process it. Now we spin to the side. We spin again. Now actually we move one and we do like this.
These are lining up better than expected. We may have a corridor forming. Keep at it.
Yeah. Let me see.
3 scans complete. That's enough to prove the sector's viable. Let's finish the job.
Yeah. Oh, he's spinning around me. Fuck. What can I do? Yes. Loop-de-loop. Oh, we do it like this. Fuck off. No, not this one. This. And now we are centered. Rockets. Go. And now we wait. 3, 2, 1. There's a big boy over there, which I would like to tackle. No, it's not a big boy, it was just hidden between rocks. And like this, and I have. Do I have? No. One more. Be connected. Yippee! Now I have free movement.
That's it. All 4 distortions mapped and logged. You've opened the door for us to expand deeper than ever.
Whip. Let me see. Good. There we go. Oh, let me see. In the I have one card, which is very. Not only that, I'm getting more freely with the turn-based ship missions. I think I already did this one. It's hard to tell. So yeah, supposedly this game also has like a living map, meaning that...
Listen up, those distortions aren't just anomalies, they're potential doorways. If
I'm a client and have a garlic cheese breed.
unknown,
Whoa.
fly through each distortion and log the data. We need hard numbers, not speculation.
Missions. Missiles, go! Pew! Where the fuck is that thing going? It's going the opposite side. 2 minutes remainder. 2 minutes remaining.
We're pulling clean readings. Keep it moving. We're just getting started.
Keep it moving, keep it real. I didn't fucking get there. Oh. Damn. How about we do this game? And we do a little bit of this. And we end the door. Because actually we cannot do much. Yep, cock. There we go. Really? I can attack? Fuck off. Fuck off. Time to. Okay, he missed the last one. This was fire. we collect the residue. If the game allows me. Okay, the time's up. I'm going to finish this mission and we can move to the next game. The next game is more like Vampire Survivors. So
These are lining up better than expected. We may have a corridor forming. Keep at it.
it should be fun. You. Hello there. General Kenobi. I love that the missile goes wherever it wants to go, and after a while it lands. It's like, I'm going my way.
3 scans complete. That's enough to prove this sector's viable. Let's finish the job.
I want to kill the last ship though. Let me do a loop-de-loop. And now one of these. And another one of these. And now we shoot. Nice, crit. This. Take this missile. Oh, this time went in the correct way. Lovely. Now I got free movement. Yippee!
That's it. All 4 distortions mapped and logged. You've opened the door for us to expand deeper than ever.
Whee! Okay, so this is the pencil. Smile. Shock that maybe only Mika will get. This is Warped Universe. Remember, they have it's very bare bones. I will give it a more time in the oven, and if you don't like NFT like me, please stay away from it. That's my recommendation. Mostly because NFTs are dying slowly, gently. That's how a life is taken. And games don't need a blockchain to be fun. Whee! So yeah, that's the game. The only thing that has fun, in my opinion, is the fact that you can change the types of gameplay between real time and turn-based. And I feel like I get more friendly with the spaceship ones. At the original time I didn't. So next one is Dynatux Mayhem. I should have it somewhere in here. This one has a demo that you can play it. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Yes. as far as I checked, it doesn't have AA. Let me put it here. You can try this demo now if you wish to. And now I need to pin that. I would love to be able to pin in OBS, but you know how it is. Let me see. And the game is... Yeah, it can make things easy. But to be fair, I always have a Twitch category. Game. Okay. Hello there, soldier. Welcome to the character select. Here you can choose the main character you play with. Each have different stats and special abilities. Choose for the record. Timer 1 hour. Different stat and special ability. Different checklists to different weapons and items into battle. To put this into shop during the run. Each character also has recipes that were engine to craft for weapons. No lie, in games like this, I like when you see the recipes in game. And we have Quack the Wielder and Dynamite. TNT and Dynamite. And this is the duckling select. Here you select your duckling sidekicks. Each duckling, just like I mentioned, have different stat and different ducklings also take different weapons. Don't worry about that too much. Just select two ducklings. Two ducklings. Okay. This game looking righty. Hello there, off. Hello there, so ready to be the print to battle. Let me run you through the basic fears. Report this. Okay. Oh, that's a monster. Do I auto attack? Yes, I auto attack. And the ducklings do shack shit. You know, instead of a line of attack, it should be more of a swipe. Range. Okay, that's right then. As I say, this is very Vampire Survivors. And allegedly, these developers really had like a melee damage. Sure. This one's need some help? No. Did you know that you can use special attack? Choose press E or RB button. What is the RB? Oh, the right bumper. I use his speciality, he has to try it out. Okay. Okay, I do a mini whirlwind. Fuck off. This is too fucking deep. Ah, this is the shop. The game is set too loud compared to... Okay. Let me grab the polygon. Can I get... Oh, okay. Ability area, melee damage. settings. There we go. You know what? I'm going to lower it. And I'm going to play my own music. Which is not going to be in the bot, by the way. So yeah. Now we're cooking with gas. Range. I need range because the range suck. I can more than range. There's something in there. What's that? Oh. Can I sell them? Bow, give me... Sure, give me the recipes. Okay, I have nothing to... I need one bone and like a rock. Stone tablet. Where is my money? Oh, the game is not centered. Wait. Settings. I know it. That's really all. Rock. There we go. Oh, it's not the rock. Fuck. Enough. It's rare shards. This can be craft new weapons. Very useful. Okay. Beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon, somewhere beyond the moon, so far, so far, so high. I would like some, sure, HP ration. What's this? A health fountain. This fountain is just not used to everything. It does the region to recharge. Okay. Okay, and I can move through the area, so that's good. No, never mind. I can kinda just move around. Range. Recipes. Somewhere beyond the moon. Somewhere beyond the moon. Somewhere beyond the moon. So high, so high, so high. I'm doing. I don't have anything to forge. I see. Somewhere you. Oh, there is a timeline on the top. Okay, that's good. This reminds me a bit to the Deep Rope Survivor. I tried it. Again. Thank you for playing. Want to check for game later. Whenever it comes up. So seems like it's very important to get also HP regeneration. The range is also very important. So ability area, ability no. Sure. The moon so high, so high. Get the English range, or maybe that range, please. Get it, get it, How much money I have? There we go, because I'm one thing away from having this. In my opinion, you should have iframes while you use your ability, because I get hit when I use it, and that's kinda terrible. Okay, that's the car. Fuck off. Fuck off. There's a... Oh my god, just spelling Helldivers. I need... a chocolate. Nope. No luck. Oh, there's a phone. HP ration. Let's go with the video color. No pain again. There it is. Wait. Oh, I'm one crystal off. Fuck off. Here we go. Is it gonna... What do you mean? Like, is the stream lagging? The game on its own doesn't seem to be having any problem currently. Let me see, I just say... I should... Holy stuttering. Oh my god. Let me check then. Let me check. Oh, it must be because OBS is doing that funny thing that it did with Ruby. There we go. Buh. Un momento, por favor. Shake. Well, the game doesn't seem to have any options. Smile, which is very lovely Don't you know when a game... Is it better now? Chasing the rats. Then stop. Chasing the rats. I'm the king of the rats. King of the rats. Is it better? Can you hear me? Moshi moshi? Kitty. Okay. That's so odd. What the hell? Oh my god. Again? It's stuttering? Yeah. Quindi I think I break the game. Smile. Oh my god. Let me see. Let me check in the... Okay, the stream on my side looks alright. Okay. Give me a second. I need to clean Elara's box. Smile. I also enjoy how I broke the game. Smile. And I keep attacking even more. I can even buy things. Sorry, that's kind of funny. So yeah, seems like the game still needs a bit of better thing. Okay, we'll be right back. I need to clean Elara's box. Oh, I'm back. Sorry. Oh. Game? Okay, I think the game crashed. Smile. Guys, the game crashed. Oh my god, no only crash is consuming like there is no tomorrow. What the hell? Okay, let me close my browser to give it the good old reseto magneto. Let me lower the music. There we go. I hope you enjoy the Mucinex OST because it's a banger and a half. Let me give it another go. There. Oh, I fixed it. No, it doesn't have. Maybe if I. Is really taking a toll on my PC to. It's an alpha. For the love of God, please fix the problems related to. Okay, now I can have more ducklings. One second, me. Let me close this. Let me increase a bit the music. Sure. Sure. Rare region. Let me see. Ability call down. Sure. I need guns. Give me guns. Overview. No. Recipes. Can I have two? Yes. Give me that. And give me that. I need weapons. Wait, can I? Okay, I see. There we go. So I only can have two weapons, and the rest is Duckling's one. Something was hitting me and I couldn't see it. Oh, range. Thank you. Thank you. They should make that, like, the car actually damage enemies, like the Deep Rock Galactic Survivors or Deep Rock Survivors, in which the ammo package. Oh. I can make that. Now, give me a sec. Let me move this to that. Crit damage, ability area. Range. That's good. Where the fuck did you think spawn it? Oh, okay. Force. Teaser. So now one of the dogs should have a teaser. Melee damage. Hello? Is the stream going well? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, I reduced the size of the game, like the resolution, which is the only graphic thing related I could change. Again, this game is in alpha, the demo is out. You can try it if you want. The measurement. Do I need the measurement for anything? No. No, I don't. City. Let's grab the armor since it's there. Oh. Oh. Long in the dark, in the bunker, down in the bunker. Sure. Long in the dark, in the bunker, down in the bunker, long in the dark, in the bunker, down in the bunker, down long in the dark, in the bunker, down in the bunker, long in the bunker, down in the bunker. Oh, I somehow died while in the Okay, let me try the other character and we call it if not. Long in the dark. In the bunker. Use my eye. In the bunker, down in the bunker, no. The abilities are a bit lackluster, if you ask me. In the bunker, down in the bunker. In the bunker, down in the bunker. Finish damage. Range. This is one of the songs that have the most Isaac style, in my opinion, from Eugenics. I need the dragon or the here the fossil, and I have one of those. There we go. You got to be kid. Yeah, pictures drop, but it's very comfy in my office. Oh, I want to see that. A second. Very important thing. Check out Kiki's cat. Oh, look at the baby. So comfy. She's so cute. Oh, I can even upgrade the electric gun. I'm not sure what that is. Air bow. Oh, and they are probably part of another recipe. She is evil, but I love her so much. I mean, she's a fucking orange. So this is oh. Lara is hella bratty with my mom. I can tell that for sure. She's really festive with her. She likes to taunt her and like challenge her. And I love it too, my wee baby. Okay, what do I need now? It's like I don't know what the fuck is that. And I also need something that looks like a fucking flamethrower. No, no, this is it. Here it is, the lemon. And I need to look for these two things. Wait, is that it? The croissant? No. Oh, this is on here. Okay. And for that I need a croissant. And what the hell I need? What the fuck is that? I honestly cannot tell. Lightning rod. Is that? No. Fuck. Please don't tell me you spawn inside of it. Oh no, okay, he spawned almost. Wait. Isn't that the pesticide? Yes. Incoming. Electric Tommy gun. And this one. And now I need a rock on fire. Wait, what the fuck? What the hell? Maybe didn't know. Not Russian. Another indie. There's no way. There is something here which is made with a shuriken and a crepe. Do I need a faucet? No. Shuriken. And I need a crepe. Then it is. Okay. Fuck off. Max HP armor, no. No. damage. Bounce away. Okay, now I for reals need to use the freaking fountain. So I can max out, get the stones, get to the store, go for a creep. HP Russian. $50. Recipes. What do I need? I still like a creep. Here. Belgian fries. What? Force. Dynamite. Okay, I need more. I got the boomerang. Oh, look at that, not bad, not bad. Damage multiplayer. Damage multiplier. Okay, let me see. Oh, I can straight up with the other items. Let me see. The flamethrower, I can make this. With the raw chocolate and creeps, I can make the bazooka. Dynamite. No, not really. Okay, I got the rock. I'm missing the chocolate bar. It is. There we go. I need 40, I think. Wait, what? What is it? Yo? I think it's blocked. Which is kind of annoying. Okay, recipes. No, I should be able to check the recipes outside the board places, so I don't rely on my memory or a third party shit. Okay. RPG. Flamethrower. And now if I had 70 could do this that looks like a fucking minigun. Right, now let me see. Yeah. Armor. Are you going to unbug yourself? Hi, Sunny. Howdy. How you doing? Hello. Hello, what's on me? That's a lot of damage. And you see me. Swallow your soul. It's only the beginning. Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka. Okie dokie, Autumn. Good night. Hope you had a good day. Go check out the Giga Oak. Oh my god. Nice one, Alice. What are you doing, homie? We're doing some key games reviewing Smile. Granted, this one is not a key, this one is a demo that is I'm dying. Currently available on Steam. I'm dying. What is the fountain? Okay, I'm back. Sorry. My mom needed my phone. Dun, 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 dun. Down with the devil, down with the devil. I want to reach the other 50 shards weapon before like killing it. Fuck off. Give more ration, because if not I'm not going to last. We certainly have the damage. Note for the devs. Lower a bit the cluster of explosion. As much as fun it is, if I cannot see where are the enemies, that sucks even more. Also fix the fucking performance problems. And I know it's an alpha, but I have to be fair with everything I see. And the only way I can do that is through feedback. Also check up in the code that says where should the shards appear, because this one is bugged. And I don't know if because it's out of bounds or if because it's straight up bug out, and that affects me because it cripples the run. I only have one shard now when I should have two per spawn. And in the worst case scenario that I lost the ability to have both, the rune is screwed. Oh, I have 70. Either that or the minimap is not capturing what it should be. Lava launcher, nice. I will upgrade them if I had smile. Let's try to make it to the car. Damage multiplier. Let me grab another flamethrower. Is there any... Fuck, too expensive. What are the guns I have? I have the... No, who is called? Can I not see the name of the gun? No. Such. Okay, I don't think I will be able to last. Oh. I'm also hearing an audio bug, so that's another thing the dev should fix. Okay, that will be it tonight. Okay, that was Dino Dogs Miami. You can check it out. Chatting. Now we practice medicine. Now we try to figure it out what we are going to do next, because I have no fucking idea. Tell me you will mind. Bum, 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 bum. So let me see. Oh, I am install Shady Fallen Order. No, sorry, Shady Survivor. night and night. Bom, 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 bom. What game do I have installed? Let me see. Let me delete this one. Let me delete this one. Dun, dun, okay, I'm going to make a pool. I'm going to make a pool. Let me see. Can I do it from here? Pool. Okay. What next? Mutanics, Monster Hunter Wars. Let me see what I have. A bit of Helldivers. Let me see what else I have installed. I suppose Phantom Brigade. Phantom Brigade. Cyber Corp. Sure, why not? Time 5 minutes, and I will call it whenever I feel like it. So yeah, pull up announcement. Pool is up. Cast thy votes, you harlots. Slay. Okay, I can tell that. Wait. Huh. I'm surprised. I think Kiki was going to put Monster Hunter Wars. But someone put Mutanics and another one put Helldivers. Who could it be? Ah, you haven't voted yet? Oh my god, Kiki's saving the vote. Kiki's the sneaky peeky like. Who haven't voted? I would like to see who voted. Smile. Twitch, give me the names. Give me the names, Twitch. Hey, where will my... Wait, hold on, wait. What is my... Refresh cache? There we go. I was looking at my thing and I was like, why is it looks a bit empty? Hi Moo, you are in the perfect time if you want to vote what to play next. We have in the pool Mutanics, we have Monster Hunter War, a bit of Helldivers.
Oop, that's the wrong layer. This is the right layer. Wait, is that not the right layer? Excuse me? Oh, it's tail. I'm on the tail, that's why.
Greetings.
Are you sure you didn't smell them? How would you know when it's time to clean it? My fingers? Wait, you mean down there? You clean down there? What? Huh? That happens when I shower. What? It's not a scratch and sniff adventure. You don't gotta scratch and sniff to find out when. You just clean it regularly. What?
Tell me more about it. So please vote. Raiders, everyone, please vote. Smile. There is a pool right now. Pull out the pool and cast thy boats. Phantom Brigade, for Mu that I know is a nerd, is turn-based strategy games with mechs. Are you going to 50-50 everything? Like, balance everything? Ayal, the little of bitches? Yes. I see. I can't believe you done this. Balance things because I don't think you can combine those two, Gemini. Also, good shot down there.
Hydrate, I'm just gonna drink straight from this hat. You hear this?
So, anyways, Smile. Smile. Hope you all have a good day with Mu. What you were playing, Mu? You were Shaku's party. Yes, I saw you. I saw the notification. Oh good, I didn't need to untie the pool. It's okay, don't worry. I also vote at the last time. Smile. Yes, I saw Gartic phone. Shocks on you, chat. I also can vote. Let's pull out the banger of a game that is Mucianix. Alt F10. It's not real. I also have. I'm also allowed to vote. What the hell? Even people that runs for president can vote. Also, Mucianix should just crash. So, well, that's that. It's a sign. No. Hi, the Great Frog say. We play Mucianix. Sucks to you. Smile. Also, Mucianix is great. I don't know what are you talking about. There we go. What the hell? Since when I have tentacles in my save? No, Linux. I want to kill divers. I know you probably. Not to be fair, you are a pro lurker. You are there when I never expect. The cat is hitting the blinds. She wants them open to see them in the sun. Every cat wants to be casting in the sun. So, I unlocked the new class. It's the monk. The monk punch and can change to range. And also I have two quests. I have to go to the caves with the nuclear knife, and I have to get something from the Troving King in the Troving. That should do it. You are the... Can you change? Yes. No, the monk seems so far like a good... I don't know what are the... Spider-Man, no, I hate all of this, but the Spider-Man is the lesser evil. XMI. Spell cover. How much has... Anyone needs heal? Probably them, but give a your man to a unit in range of 4. No, I don't think I will. But also, thing I was saying about tactical games. If you can put to be able to speed up, please speed up. Let's use this. Can I make it? No, I cannot. Never mind. Who's left? Oh, there's a Willa. Oh fuck, I don't have any smile. Bidi 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 bim bim bidi bim. No. Easy peasy. Lina es entonces por la base tenerle too hot and left. Smile. Heal and national units 2 to 6 times. It's really free, born again. Fury heal. By the way, anyone around here has any good essay video? Smile, winks. I'm down for any good essay video. Arthur? Do you have an essay video, Kiki? A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Your turn. No, I'm not going to freeze you. Ow. I can't reach you, my man. I didn't want to do that dancing. I started it, I think? I think I never finished it. We can watch it. Also, Kiki, did you send me the bark emote like in big resolution? I don't remember. A big square-ish resolution. Thank you. 1 second, I'm doing shit in the background, like every good streamer as mine. It goes in the square hole. A second. There we go. Nice. Nice cock. Perfect. Okay. Flower. Peacock. Cock. Square made square basin. Okay. Thank you, Kiki. No, everyone, give love to Kiki. She's adorable. Great friend, great artist, overall sweetheart. Let me upload her. You're very welcome. No, you. Get. You made me cry, and I will do it. I will fucking do it again, like Goofy. Goofy said. Maybe rewards, emotes. I forgot to give great Kiki Tiger. There we go. It's auto accepted. It's auto accepted. Now we have. Let me wait. I need to refresh my chat because Twitch doesn't updates on the go. Oh, also I need to remove this. I need to remove this pin. Unpin this message. Bark. There we have. And if you are not subscribed, don't worry, it's still as a 7TV. Because Kiki is the goat. The goat. So yeah, we have it now like official emote and 70. Now I can bark all over Twitch. It's true. It's true. Kameha. Fire magic blast between fire. Require line outside. Once per battle. If your armor slot are empty, cast once per turn. Oh. Nirvana. Gain intelligence and armor. If you have 7 or more armor, this spell costs 1 more else. Boarding. Burst of fire that knocks back units your name from the target. Combo throw. An attack that with no potential. When this hits, switching to range stance. Ayo. Free refill of the. Oh, this is kinda sad. The only problem with the monkey is it cannot keep certain shit. Can I kill you? May I kill you, pretty please? No, he's going to fuck off. Hey. 1 second, I'll be right back.
True colors. It's a phrase we typically use to describe people who've betrayed us. But we don't just use the phrase to describe treachery or dark secrets exposed. We also use this phrase to describe people who've lost their temper, failed to be there for someone, or just not make the untenable standards of the scrutinizing collective. Is it so that people can only ever be perfect, either perfectly good or perfectly evil? Is their persona just an exercise of deception when unmasked, showing only true colors? Or are people more complex, fluid, flawed? Society's desire to unmask people, an exercise of social bloodlust. If that's the case, then the persona, what do you want from me? Is a most necessary defense mechanism.
On the surface, it's easy to write off No I'm Not Human as just another indie game that's aping off of the waning craze surrounding analog horror. The plot has quite a few moving parts. The sun has increased in intensity to the point that walking around during the day leads to third-degree burns or even fatality. So people are holed up in their homes during daylight and wander or go about their business at night. Problem is, at the same time of the sun's overclocking, skin-walking doppelgangers walk among us. Their intentions are largely not known, but what's absolute is their deadliness. The gameplay is simple. You must let people into your home in hopes this cataclysm subsides, while at the same time identifying and dispatching these doppelgangers. Now, already you can probably note the surface-level similarities to many popular series. What with the whole doppelganger conundrum? The fauna has a very Gemini home entertainment flavor to it. The cataclysm, Local 57, if you replace the moon with the sun, and the hazy aesthetic is backed with music made of old string instruments, muffled piano and whatnot, but with like a sort of stretched out distortion to it, reminding me of the warbly patriotic music from Mandela Catalogue's, I think, episode 1. All that being said, with its PlayStation 2 graphics, hazy music, choice in horror mechanism, and with gameplay featured by many a live streamer and analyzed by chucklehead YouTubers like myself, it's very tempting to roll your eyes and write this game off. However, the inspirations that clearly course through this game's design very quickly take a backseat to something very unique, potentially subversive, and dare I say more subtle in taste than your typical balls-to-the-wall analog horror, or disposable horror indie game. I've said too much already, but there's so much to discover in No I'm Not Human. I'll just leave it at that for those of you who'd like to play the game yourself. And let me tell you, if you haven't played the game yet, or you haven't even like seen gameplay of it, man, do I envy you. Please, if you haven't already, get the game, give it a try. It's a fantastic experience with so much to discover that I'm almost certain this video isn't going to do it justice. In No I'm Not Human, much of the information and lore through its guests and events are doled out in sort of piece-by-piece randomized ways. The player is meant to play through the game, pursue its multiple endings, and talk to its many guests to get as close to a complete picture as possible. For this reason, this video is going to be slightly different than most of my linear comb-throughs. We will first go through the normal gameplay from start to finish, exploring the consistent story beats and revelations, and this will naturally take us to 3 endings. The Yes I Am Alone ending, which is basically like a game over condition ending, and then the 2 like sort of survive till the end endings. The End and No I'm Not Alone. From there, we'll dig into each possible guest, their conversations, and what they may reveal about the story, both explicitly and implicitly. As we gain more and more info, we'll start to then chip away at the other special endings, saving just one ending for last, and that is the Embrace the Inevitable ending. Now that's just the general outline, but there's just one more thing. Since I started making this video, in fact I think since I finished the script, a whole new update has come out for No I'm Not Human that includes 12 new guests, 1 new ending, and a bunch of new animations and some new dialogue for already existing guests. I'm gonna be real with you. This video took a lot out of me, and by the time this is all assembled, I'm quite certain I'm not gonna have the energy to jump back into it. I'll say this though. Just based on some of the stuff I've seen, the new content, and where the newer content in the future is going to go, I am quite confident in some of the extrapolations and footwork we do in this journey. So please, don't take my video as outdated information. Take it as proof that even from the beginning of this game's release, the framework was there to put together a theory that I think we can take into this update and future updates of No I'm Not Human. Now, without further ado, let's get started. Cracking open the game, we have a fantastic main menu. Off in the margins, we have cycling images of teeth and eyes, foreshadowing 2 aspects we'll be inspecting when deducing who is a harmless human and who is a dangerous doppelganger. Speaking of gameplay mechanics, between us, the player, the perceiver, and the menu, we have a peephole, the primary fixture of this gameplay's core mechanic. However, the person standing in the view of the peephole is unlike any character or guest we'll be encountering on the other side. I already had an inkling as to who this shifting eye and mouth figure may represent, but out of curiosity, and this may be a video game analysis faux pas, but in my digging into the game's assets, I found the raw image. The eyes and mouth underneath these changing images seem smudged. Maybe the eyes are closed. Now, we weren't intended to see this, so I won't include this in any theorizing, but I wanted to scratch that curious itch to see what this unique character looks like. While I don't recall this kick-ass receding widow's peak, his long sleeve is quite distinct, and so we'll be able to make a connection. I'm being coy here on my outline. I'm just gonna go ahead and jump the shark, or jump the gun, whichever, the gun shark. The character in the main menu is the protagonist. We'll see him wear a very similar long sleeve when we look in the mirror. Now that I've revealed that, I do want to point this out. Note how in the main menu, however, this protagonist, a character that's really has gameplay bound to this house, is uncharacteristically on the outside of this door or this peephole, his back facing the city. It's something slightly significant there, but we won't be able to really touch back on it until like the very end of this video. Starting a new game, we open with a wonderful cutscene. I've just got to first play this out, and then we'll go back and do the point-by-point analysis. Just know that the context is the subtitles or voice is our neighbor, and evidently the silence between these lines are obscured responses of our protagonist.
May I greet? No, I didn't greet.
Actually, we just got back from our trip. Aren't you tired of staying at home? Yeah, I remember.
Now you can around here revive it. That's very good.
We went to the beach. But it was way too hot yesterday, so we took off early. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're getting her ready for school. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I didn't read that one. She doesn't want to go to school, but who can? Okay. All right, I'll drop by later tonight. Yeah, this is gonna be a good game. Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Fantastic. The music direction in this game is so good. Now, this opening scene is on a sort of cliffside or peninsula, somewhat resembling the geography that I theorize surrounds our protagonist's home, but maybe only slightly. This may just be the side of the beach that our neighbor visited, this trip he referred to. On this first line of this trip, we have a couple of details in the shot. The small detail are those tenements on the right. Now, I'm not very knowledgeable on architecture and that kind of stuff, but there's something very, Soviet about it. And that isn't to say that we're playing in any particular country, but here's something to consider. On the outside, these tenements may seem bleak, but the compactness, the close togetherness of these living quarters, to me brings to mind a sense of community for the sociable, but claustrophobia for the more hermit-like. This is in contrast with the home of our protagonist, who will come to learn lives on the outskirts of this dense city, this dense living quarter. But that's just me getting floppy with like the second shot of the opening cutscene. Something not as subtle, but still easy to overlook, is this billboard, emphasizing a product that whitens teeth. Somewhat reminded of Ellen Gallagher's Excellento. If you're ever in LA, you can see that piece at the Broad. You just spend hours just examining all the details of it. The main focus of this billboard is this tooth whitening agent. From the very beginning, the game is giving us reason to doubt some of the information that we'll be relying on to suss out these hostile doppelgangers. Now keep that in mind for sure. The neighbor asks us if we're tired of staying at home, hinting towards our reclusive lifestyle. During our muted response, we have a fascinating shot of a gate with two suns, not only tying into the central solar themes of the Cataclysm, but also, to me, hinting at a more kind of subtle theme of a man and a woman separated. It's during this scene where our protagonist explains his hermit lifestyle. We don't hear what he says, but our neighbor responds, "Yeah, I know. Perhaps hearing some sort of excuse related to this separated man and woman. We see a live-action version of a possible guest, a conspiracy theorist, and then a shot of a pretty depressing beach. Our neighbor notes how hot it's been getting this summer. We see what looks like a drunkard or homeless man asleep, or perhaps incapacitated due to heat exhaustion. I'm not sure if this character is one of the guests that we might meet. If I were to guess, it would likely be the scavenger, his full-body sprite showing him laid out asleep. We will see, however, that sleeping drunks is a common sight in these parts. This next shot is jam-packed. We see the plaid skirt and slender legs of a character central to our protagonist's incoming and perhaps past plot. The way the door opens and she just sort of eerily stands there, to me almost indicates that she's sort of been awakened, given a directive that we will soon get a better view of. And it has to do with this cat. I believe the breed is exotic shorthair. The next shot is of our neighbor's daughter, with every future playthrough reminding us of the tragedy that is a childhood stolen by a cataclysm. Speaking of the Cataclysm and its various agents, we have this creepy shot of what looks like a dilapidated house and what looks like a shambling shirtless man, likely one of the key antagonists of this game, or just a nondescript shambling imposter. We'll come to learn that their proper classification is visitors. Our neighbor says that he's going to swing by and the game starts with said visitation. Hey neighbor, long time no see. How's life? Fine. So let me level with you. I came over for a reason. I've been getting a little worried about you. Something real bad seems to be headed our way. Just got off the phone with my cousin. She told me the news is saying something weird is going on with the sun. It also said that there's people coming up from underground. They're calling them visitors for whatever reason. Creepy stuff, huh? I sure hope it's not true. What's happening with the sun now? Either it's going to explode or something's going to explode on it. Not totally sure. All I know is something's wrong with it. I'm sure you noticed this summer's been the hottest one ever, right? I think we need to prepare ourselves for the worst. My cousin told me that being home alone is dangerous, so I came over to make sure you don't end up hurt. Or worse. How's your wife and daughter holding up? Don't worry about my family. A good friend of mine is staying with us right now. He's looking after them while I'm here. Interesting, good friend, huh? Fascinating. It's easy to miss this detail given the sort of setting lore dump at hand, but let's real quick chart out this family that lives next door. Specifically keep in mind this friend that's staying with the wife and daughter. Might be a nothing burger, but still, something to think about.
Great. Let's continue this conversation in the morning then. I'll see you in the kitchen when you wake up. See you in the morning.
We more or less have all we need to make sense of our plot, but there's just one more detail, a hazard that I want us to hear about before charting out the cataclysmic plot on our whiteboard. However, what we can chart out is this detail. We start the game off at the end of a month, the 31st. In gameplay terms, this would be day 0. It's titled Rumeralia. So this night 0, or preface to day 1, is when we first link up with our dear neighbor. This is the 31st of a month that's about to end. This calendar day is called Rumeralia. Now, as far as I know, there is no such word called Rumeralia. However, the suffix alia may indicate a various and sundry of things. Regalia, for example, meaning a various and sundry of all things regal and royalty related. So, it's likely that Rumeralia is just a various and sundry of all things hearsay and rumors. And I gotta say, I am so friggin' happy I got to experience this game when it first came out officially. Being absolutely at the mercy of misinformation, rumors, and hearsay. Not just the rumors and hearsay that the game itself pushes within its narrative, but also surrounding the fandom. When you go on the Wikia now, it's pretty accurate information, but at the time, man, it was like, oh, it was scarce. But not only was it scarce, whatever information you came across, you had to kind of scrutinize it. Some people were injecting their own personal headcanons about their favorite visitors. Some people might have misunderstood dialogue and then spread misinformation about key game mechanics. And listen, I'm not judging, okay? The very first thing I ever said on this channel was me butchering the etymology of nostalgia. I will never allow myself to live that down. Keeps me accountable. And whereas with most games, misinformation and being vexed by the mechanics would be a deterrent or detrimental to the game itself, in a game like No, I'm Not Human, it really enhanced the experience, properly simulating this core aspect to this coming cataclysm. It's Rumeralia. Great way to keep track of the story is looking out our windows.
Your neighbor's house stands alone in the hayfield. There's no light in the windows. Looks like this family is asleep. The skinny dog is standing on the footpath that runs through the field. It looks around mournfully, perhaps trying to find some food. A few drunkards lay sprawled out by the street. They're lying on the cold, hard ground and appear to be fast asleep. Things are good for them right now. Gosh. As you get older, you understand the plight of the drunk.
Nothing truly of note here except the drunkers feeling safe enough to catch their Z's on the road. Although, now that I've completed my exploration of this game, those dogs may not be what they seem. Regardless, the windows will be instrumental in piecing together the chain of events in this story. We catch some Z's and wake up to some
breaking news. At 6:28 a.m. today, there was a powerful emission of energy from the sun. This burst of energy was far larger than scientists had predicted. As a result, temperature outside has reached critical levels. The government has since declared a state of emergency. We ask the viewers refrain from going outside during the day. Up next, something lighter.
The heat wave is notable enough to not be described as a particularly hot summer, but a burst of energy from the sun. Foreboding. Soul-boding. Let's see what this something lighter entails in the next programming.
You see ballerinas dancing gracefully, crossing the stage in strong but delicate leaps. Despite the elegance, the dance evokes anxious thoughts. If only someone could explain what's going on.
Well, that's what I hope this video achieves. Now let's hone in on this ballerina. It evokes anxious thoughts in our protagonist, despite it being some lighthearted TV programming. So I would wager that something about ballerinas reminds our protagonist of a regrettable event, factoid, or situation in the past. And that's very relatable, a personal anxious thought from within, but it bubbles up and blossoms out, somehow connecting to this external angst, this strange, mysterious cataclysm at hand. I'm not medically qualified to identify what this protagonist deals with, but let's just say I get it. The reason I'm even thinking I clocked anything is because of these next observations our protagonist makes when we click on the curtains covering a window.
Nope, I don't look that way. Not anymore.
And the nightstand.
I hate sleeping by the nightstand. Too many bad memories.
Real. Now, another thing that's very easy to overlook is the surroundings of our home. Let's call back to those windows and the peephole and see if we can fashion together a theory as to what this curtain is covering up. I really want to be economical with my jumping of the guns, so let me hold off on that until we come across some specific data points naturally. For now though, keep in mind, in window 1, we see our neighbor's house in a large hay field. It's hard to make out the horizon, but it looks like there's water, maybe fields or forests. Hard to tell, but it doesn't matter for now. And in window 2, we see a footpath that leads into the hay fields. The horizon is harder to make out here. And in window 3, there's a road that leads into a suburb of sorts, and we can see wire pylons. It's definitely more developed out here, and the horizon seems to be a foggy forested road. The muddy indents in the road indicates that this is not a mere footpath, but a road for motorists. And then finally, the peephole that shows the distant city. I can already feel the desire to get carried away here. We bring our attention to the radio and tune into some distress conversation. I have trouble tuning in this specific footage, but this is what the conversation consists of.
Hello, this is Emergency Services Dispatch. How can I help you? People, they're burning. Can you describe what you're seeing? Is there a fire? No, it's the sun. They're burning up in the sun. Do not leave the house until dark. No, that guy haunts the streets at night, the pale one. He's not human.
So there's mention of people burning, not due to any fires, but simply due to the sheer heat of the sun. Again, not your standard heat wave. And while logic would then indicate to wait until the sun is gone and do your business during the nighttime, the distressed caller mentions a pale person walking around at night. We almost have everything we need, but we just need one more detail about this pale man. On this bookcase, we have a picture of a cat, different from the one in the intro, so likely a past family cat, and a jar of kombucha, which is used to save the game. Odd. And now, check out this poster.
It's kind of a situation where, you know, I think about how this is like off of a peninsula, off of a cliff, and it makes me think about how he's positioned his life in such a way where that's it. The only option is loneliness and isolation. Whatever is going to come to bother him is coming from the only direction that there's any walkable path. In a way, it's like he's saying, I'd rather fucking jump off a cliff than deal with whatever the fuck's outside my house.
That was a note to myself to maybe format my wording in a better way when the time came to write the script for this video. But I think Game Footage Chris did a good job at explaining this desire for loneliness and isolation. But I would also argue that this may indicate to us what's behind that closed curtain. I believe, if not just a sheer drop off of a cliff like in this poster, the other side of that window, covered by the curtain that our protagonist doesn't want to open, faces at least some sort of cliffside, not unlike the one that we saw in the intro. Cards on the table. I think whatever emotion that was evoked by the ballerinas and whatever reason that our protagonist does not want to see this cliffside or not want to at the very least open this window, tied to witnessing someone take their life off of that cliff. And this woman, or this woman, or this woman has something to do with it. Just a hunch. Could be totally off base, but keep this in mind. In the living room, we got a few lore seeds we can plant inside our brain. First, this toy.
Toto. Pretty much the only toy I had as a kid. Well, except for the sticks we used to whack the grass.
Nothing of note here, perhaps an indication of a simple upbringing, not having many things to play with. Although, side note, I'm now aware of this. I didn't realize it at first, but this is a little, like a Yorkie, a little dog that's a reference to Wizard of Oz, Toto, the dog. We'll dig into that much later in the video. Separately, hanging from a wall, we have a pretty substantial clue to our past.
Don't get why it's not in the corner. I thought that was the rule. Then again, but Dad never did care about rules.
Perhaps the common religion of these parts is Eastern Orthodox Christian. The corner cross that the protagonist is referring to is the tradition of an icon shrine. However, our protagonist's father preferred the more familiar tradition of just hanging a cross in the middle of the wall. This line, however, his dad not caring about the rules, to me seems pretty key. This line about our father's sort of adherence to rules might not be super important, but if we zoom out, we can definitely ID some uneasiness between our protagonist and his father. So we'll go ahead and still keep that in mind. No stone unturned in the House of the Peacock. In the next room, I believe this is the study, we have a couple of more pieces of our history to rummage through. First, this magazine. One of those magazines where you gotta find a certain person in a crowd. Must be annoying. Wish people would just leave me alone already. The feeling of an all-seeing eye constantly searching to single you out in this pool of billions of people. Well, this next piece has a potential extra layer. Now, when we click on this sketch or photo of a woman, think about what we're simulating with our click. Our protagonist ponders on this photo for a moment. Honestly, I'm better off alone. You can even talk out aloud to yourself. It's almost as if there's some inner conflict within him, something in the past that this image evokes, and then he must bury it under this sort of, I don't know, coping mechanism. He just looks at the image of the woman and he's like, nah, I don't need anybody. I can even talk to myself, which, you know, valid, but who is this woman? What about this man's past has led to his desire to isolate? Now, looking at our little pull-apart calendar thingy, the name of the first day of this month is Beer Day. In other words, a tutorial day, just a moment to crack a few brews and pound them back with our dear neighbor. He'll soon be telling us what's going on and give us some potential tips on how we can survive this coming cataclysm. Although I don't think people have started calling it that just yet. So the current situation, I guess that's what we'll call it for now. The next room is just a bathroom, home to our sink, of which we haven't unlocked the ability to use just yet. We can analyze a little opening that's been covered on the other side with that large curio. Window to another room. People used to do that to save electricity so the light from one room spills into the other. Then they sealed it up, but only on one side. Pretty cool. Vaguely nostalgic, kind of reminding me of where my grandma used to live. However, for our protagonist, the memories are far from good. When it comes to his memories, the algae in nostalgia truly is algic. Painful, that is. I want to take a moment to examine the hallway. On the coat rack, we have a distinct blue coat and bowler hat. I'm not sure if this belongs to us or maybe our father. The doors have a jagged slant to them too, giving this house a more dreamlike, wonderland-like feel the more you focus in on them. Now, in the storage room, all we have to look over is this specific set of boxes. He said back then, when I'm gone, you decide if you want to open that box or not. Been deciding for 15 years. Still can't make up my mind. Damn, there's something here. But it'll have to be something we hold on to. Luckily, not for as long as our protagonist has been holding on to it. As far as I know, we don't know what's in that box, or any of the possibly morbid details of our protagonist's childhood. At least that of which that box contains. And we'll just have to respect that. He doesn't want us, the perceiver, the player, to live it, and for him to relive it. But I feel like the sheer number of boxes is a hint. Maybe sordid documents of a criminal past. Or maybe just a miscellaneous sundry of stuff that simply reminds the protagonist of his past. A past that he believes best stowed away, but not thrown away. Okay, yeah, I get it. And here, another piece of the mystery. This framed photo of a blonde woman next to our phone in Siggy's. I really want to believe that whoever this lady in this photo is the same person that the sketched image is. The sketched image that evokes memories that our protagonist would rather cover up with his hermit vibes. But who is this woman? Now, there's no in-game confirmation of this. However, when looking over the patch notes of this game, we get confirmation that this framed photo is of our protagonist's ex-wife. Her name is Vera. We'll also go ahead and make note of those mysterious boxes in our storage. Not sure if we're going to expand on those any further in this video, but they just keep calling to me. At the very least, we'll be exploring the dynamic between our protagonist and memories of his father. Okay, enough rummaging. In the kitchen, we can talk to our neighbor, and I love his sprite here. He looks like such a chiller. Damn, so it's all true, after all. Well then, everything I said makes sense. Don't go outside during the day, and you have to remember to let other people in. Why would I let strangers into my house? I know you prefer to keep your distance from people, but you have to. My cousin doesn't know for sure why, but we can't just bunker down by ourselves. She mentioned that if anyone comes and asks if you're alone, say no and tell them someone's in the house with you. Let me pause right there. From a gameplay perspective, this pale visitor that comes to inquire about our loneliness is simply checking to see if we've lost all our guests or haven't taken in any guests. But we also must tell him, no, I'm not alone. Kind of like one of those like the Midnight Man game or something like that. Like the cut mouth lady from Japan. Kind of like that sort of not nursery rhyme, like myth type thing. So we have the first three big movers of this cataclysm: the sun, the visitor invasion, and this strange pale man. I really like how I depict the visitors on my whiteboards. Totally not accurate whatsoever, but hey, we're taking liberties. This pale man, by the way, is referred to as the super visitor in the game files. If you're even vaguely familiar with No, I'm Not Human, its branding, or just the gameplay of it, you'll know him when we see him. That's three major sources of danger so far. Is more yet to come?
But why do I need to have other people with me? The people you let inside might bring something useful or share some interesting information. Just don't forget to test them for signs of being a visitor. You won't have much energy during the day with this heat. So choose who you want to test carefully. You'll have to take a real close look. It's strenuous, draining work. But don't worry about chatting with people. That won't take up any energy. So talk as much as you'd like. And be sure to look out your window. TV's great and all, but there's no better source of info than your own two eyes. Well, then what? I'm afraid all we can do now is try to survive. And hope this nightmare ends soon. I'm sure the government will help us somehow. Maybe they'll lead everyone to shelter or something like that. If they do, stick together with me and my family. Alright, that's it from me. Oh, right, almost forgot. I'm heading back home tomorrow night. Write down my number. They just set up the line over there.
Simple enough. Let people in, but inspect who we let in for signs of being a visitor, whatever those are. And don't get caught in a position where we have no guests in our home, at least when that pale man comes a knocking. Our neighbor offers up some beer from his brother-in-law's job at the brewery. Another tutorial simply revealing that we can't sleep without being exhausted. Drinking beer is simply a shortcut to drain our energy and skip the day. However, we will hardly, if ever, be in a position where we can't use our energy for something useful. Oh, and there's one piece of furniture here that we can analyze.
Grandma crammed every cabinet full of dishes. Only pulled out the fancy set for holidays. Now, who the hell needs it?
Brutal. Holiday dinners are never in between. It's always condensed joy or disaster. Well, because we are well adjusted, we drown the pain in beer.
The world's gone to shit, but a cold beer hits right.
We hit the hay and enter night one, the night of beer day. Looking out the first window.
In the distance, you spy the house of your neighbors, who's currently visiting you. Lights blaze through the windows, and it seems like his family's waiting for him to come back home.
Further confirming that this house in the distance is indeed our visiting neighbor's home. I wonder when he plans on heading out. It's about that time. In the next window,
you see a few teenagers hanging out in the yard. They're sitting around without a care in the world, chatting about something. They pay you no mind.
A horrible age to be on the precipice of cataclysm. The age you're not smart enough to realize you aren't invincible, but smart enough to get yourself into situations that will certainly teach you that lesson. Sometimes it's the last lesson you learn. In the next window,
there's a deathly silence outside. There's no one there. Even the drunks have decided to not go out. Are they afraid of something?
Not good. Seems the drunks have more sense than the teenagers. Well, let's go ahead and see who's at the door. Oh, it's a Malishka, a kid. Oh God, it's a kid. In this world. Poor thing.
Hi. It's my daddy here. Can you get him for me? I was okay before, but I'm really scared now. There's a lot of strange people out here tonight. Tell me something about your dad. I know a lot about him. He's my daddy, after all. I know that he likes to drink a little beer before going out. When he does go out, he always leaves me yummy lunch and dinner and juice. But today I tried some of that beer stuff. Blah! It was so gross. Why would anyone drink that when they could just have juice? Oh, please don't tell him I did that. Aren't you afraid of visitors? I don't know. Everyone's afraid of them, so maybe I should be too. I've never seen one before. Are they scary? Do they hit hard? If so, maybe my friend from school is a visitor. He punches me all the time. Daddy told me to be careful, so I was super careful. I tiptoed over here real quiet. No one saw me.
At least she's in good spirits. Well, we have a couple of options. They both lead to her dad taking her home, or really her taking her dad home, really. But I like this dialogue chain. It's pretty cute.
All right, well, have a good day. Thanks, you too. I want to go home. It's scary out here. We're gonna play a new game Daddy made up for me. You have to roll dice, and then you move stuff around like the armchair or the couch. You have to build up a big pile near the door to win. I'll show you how to play another time. Gamifying barricading a door. How adorable. And sad. Well, with our neighbor off to his own home, the tutorial has officially ended, and so begins the real gameplay where we must know I'm not a human. Oh God!
Can I come in? I was taking shelter at a bar down the road, but they kicked me out, just like that. Why? I guess not everyone there found my personality particularly palatable. But I don't mean anyone any harm, don't worry, life is shitty sometimes, you know? So what do you say, my good man? Can I come in?
You know, you're legally obligated to tell me, no, I'm not human, if you were a visitor. You're not a visitor, are you? Do I look like one of those monsters? No, I'm not a visitor. And you're never going to get the straight fucking answer anyways, asking that directly anyways. I guess things here won't be any different from the bar. Why'd you think it'll be any different here to begin with? What else would I do otherwise? We just stand outside and wait for the sun to take my skin? No, I think I prefer to avoid that. As long as I'm alive, I'll look for someone to talk to. If that isn't here, maybe I'll get lucky somewhere else. And if I have an ounce of luck left in this life, it might just be someone who's not a complete asshole. Come in. Thank you. Trust in people doesn't amount to a hill of beans these days. But I appreciate your trust in me. Perhaps I even... I shouldn't promise anything. I'm not gonna beat around the bush regarding the true natures or identities of some of these characters. Seriously, this is your last chance for your first time playing this game to not be spoiled. Now, this is one of several fixed characters that always appear in a fixed day and has a fixed status. This tall man is always our first guy, and despite his uncanny stature, he is always a human. We must not let our exposure to previous horror tropes send us into prejudice. Although, I will admit, when I first played this game and let him in, this moment where he slouches down and smiles at us had me second guessing if I should have let him in. But I'm glad I did. He's a fan favorite, and for good reason. He's a real bro. Something I feel will be a key detail in figuring out the nature of this visitor invasion is emphasizing the variant status of each guest. For example, the tall man was just kicked out of his bar, so in that moment he had secured shelter, and aside from that small lapse until he reached our doorstep, he's been otherwise, safe. There was no moment at which he could become a visitor. Now, how does one become a visitor? It's quite simple. I'm working on a little theory here, one step at a time. For now, let's go ahead and chart out the tall man on one of our guest category whiteboards. This one, the protagonist whiteboard, an arbitrary category of guests that pertain to the psyche, role, personality, and whatnot that describe our player character. According to the Wikia, in the game files of the tall guy, he's referred to as Yesenin. This is in reference to Sergei Yesenin, a Russian poet. Now, I've done some cursory searching online, mainly through Wikipedia, regarding Sergei Yesenin, and I found quite a few linkings between the tall man and that forlorn Soviet poet. We'll jump into it when the time comes, but for now I want to make note of a couple of these points. Both suffered from alcoholism, both suffered from emotional outbursts, and most importantly, both have a deep angst that centers around this feeling of unwelcome. Oh, well, I guess it's time to hit the old rusty crap. There's more. Hey, hello? Sorry to bother you so late. It was just so hot out today, and the TV said we shouldn't go out in the sun, so could you maybe, find some space for me? How'd you end up here? It's not like I wanted to come out here. The asphalt may be melting into goo under our feet, but it could be worse. It's just, well, you're gonna laugh. Visitors came to my house. Can you believe it? They chased me out of my own home. So now, I'm just trying to find a place to hide from the sun. Let's keep this in mind. Her reference to these hostels could either refer to non-human doppelganger visitors or regular old human scumbags. Strange thing to fuss over, but keep this in mind. What will you do now? Well, try to survive somehow. It's freaky out here with these visitors everywhere and the sun roasting everything. But I'd really like to live. Aren't you scared? Tell me if it'll all be over soon, please. Fine, come in. Thank you. Thank you so much, seriously. Now I get to live a little longer. Thank God. Now, when I first started playing this game, I referred to this particular guest as the bob cut girl in my personal notes. However, the community has come to call her, at least on the Wikia, the cashier girl. In the game files, however, she's referred to as Trivoga, which is a Russian travel agency. Hotel Trivoga. Now, in all seriousness, it's Russian for anxiety, at least according to the Wikia. But as I've dug into that word when it comes up later in this video, I think it can also mean like a cause for alarm. I guess it just depends on the context. On the flip side of our very first solicitor, the tall man, being a guaranteed human, our second solicitor, the cashier girl, is a guaranteed visitor. Now, most other solicitors or possible guests are going to be randomized or variant in whether they are a visitor or a guest. As we dig into this visitor invasion, I think there's some pretty meaty bits of theorizing we can do as we dig into those randomized cases and also the guaranteed visitor cases, like our Bobcat Cashier's Check Hotel Trivoga visitor. But we'll need to learn more about her predicament. For now, consider this whiteboard to be the whiteboard where we'll be kind of throwing in all the guests, visitor and otherwise, that have personal stories or details that help give us more info regarding the mystery of this visitor invasion, visitor biology, and whatnot. Okay, this is probably a good time to sort out the terminology. Whenever I refer to somebody as a visitor, I'm referring to the specific hazardous humanoid, and no, I'm not human. When referring to the general populace of people soliciting us for our shelter, I will call them guests. So the larger category is guests. There are visitor guests and human guests. Now, at this stage of the game, or really at any stage of the game, I don't think it's a good idea to take in visitors, with just one exception on night 4. However, for the sake of exploration, we're going to take in as many people as we can while still trying to poise ourselves for the ideal ending. This is why I take in the cashier girl, despite her being a guaranteed visitor. Now, aside from a couple of exceptions, most of the possible guests that we can get are pulled from a randomized pool, many of them having randomized variants, sometimes being human, sometimes being visitors. And I think there's a bit of nuance as to which guests enter the pool based on what events have taken place, but regardless, the training wheels are off. Again, last chance. There's still time. Get the game. Really, not much has been spoiled yet. The game rolls a dice and spits out our next guest, a bratty teenager. Hey, hello, I guess, if that's better. Is this like your place? I mean, your house, sir? Yeah, it's mine. So, can I come in then? Or are you just gonna leave me out here? I couldn't find a basement or any other decent hiding spot, so here I am. Where are your parents? Hell if I know. Home, probably? Where else would they be? Or maybe they're visitors now. Would kinda suit them. My mom loves sunbathing too, so yeah. That's another fun possibility. Until now, I only ever understood visitors as people coming from the underground, but this teenager is under the impression that somebody could turn into a visitor. And she may not be entirely wrong. Maybe. Whatever, I'm here, aren't I? And I could use a roof over my head. You're really gonna leave a kid out here, under the burning sun, with visitors around? Go ahead, come in. No way. Whoa! You even got a carpet? Sweet. But, whatever. Now, in my personal notes, I referred to her as the runaway girl. However, in the game file, she's called Bigelbo. At first, I thought this was referencing the tea company. However, this is in reference to Big Lebowski. I've never seen that movie, and maybe I should have dug into that pop culture reference. There are quite a few in this game. Perhaps there's something there. However, I'm quite happy with the time I allotted towards the pop culture references I do dig into in this video. It's gonna be fun. Back to our guest. There's a sort of alone against the world attitude that the runaway girl exhibits that I feel is very apt when we set it against our hermit-like protagonist. And we'll be using this whiteboard to do said comparing and contrasting. When it comes to guests, I feel implicitly, and maybe in some cases explicitly, tell the story of our own protagonist. Specifically, his past, his family life, perhaps his past love life. Or maybe things that pertain to the home that we are chained to.
Pulling away from the door, we see that nobody else is coming that night. Before continuing our slumber, let's make note of the night's events. On day to night 1, it's relatively uneventful. The windows don't show much except some abandoned streets and those loitering teenagers. Regarding this night's solicitors, we get 3 opportunities to take in guests. We have 1 guaranteed visitor, 1 guaranteed human, the tall man, so you should always take him in, and then 1 randomized guest. We hit the hay, welcome in the new day, and the morning news wakes us up. Good afternoon! Here's the news. The sun's activity rises steadily as crime levels also reach a new high. According to recent data, the number of murders over the last few nights has surpassed average figures. Experts suspect this is related to society's ever-growing anxiety surrounding the visitors. Interesting. Are the visitors driving the murder rates up? Or is it paranoia surrounding the visitors doing so? And now, oh, just a moment. Our studio has just received an urgent transmission regarding contact with the phenomenon we are calling the visitors. Eyewitness accounts describe them as creatures that can imitate the appearance and behaviors of humans. Avoid contact at all costs. In one case, a visitor was able to be identified with one telltale sign: perfect white teeth. Our early reports seem to back this up. Sources say they encountered an unhoused person with perfect white teeth, who later turned out to be a visitor. This is very, the poop dick archives. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Up next, more weather updates, but first a message from our sponsors. So here we have our first visitor symptom, perfect white teeth. Reminding ourselves of that billboard we saw in the intro, that teeth whitening agent that hit the markets. This doesn't feel very helpful. So what? Do all visitors have white teeth? Or is it just all people with white teeth are visitors? What about their abilities? What about their MO? Why are they here? Now, it's absolutely essential that we click on the TV some more so that we unlock a very helpful, I would argue necessary, phone number.
Buying groceries used to mean trudging down to the store, but with full rest, you can get everything you need by picking up the phone.
I'm not sure if there's anything beyond the pun for rest, forest.
Okay.
Maybe missing the forest or the trees? I'm not sure. But this will be the grocery delivery service that we can use to get various helpful items. Right now, the items it gets us aren't that useful. However, after we attain a furry friend, we'll unlock a pretty busted ability. Now for some weather.
Good afternoon. Here's the weather forecast. A warm front is pushing into our region, bringing with it a heat that will likely break all previous records. Meteorologists tell us to expect even higher temperatures over the coming week. With the sun's increased activity, we can also expect stronger UV rays. For your safety, please abstain from sunbathing, as high temperatures could also significantly increase the risk of sunstroke. It's not known for certain at this stage whether being in the sun alone can negatively affect our health, but to prevent third-degree burns, please refrain from venturing outside. Unfortunately, sunscreen of all factors will no longer protect you. That's the latest for now.
Again, nothing that we don't already know, but I think it's still important to remind ourselves how dangerous it is to be left outside. How ironic. Our hermit protagonist, a man who volunteered himself to the margins, is now somebody who must allow people into his new center. Anybody left in the margins, doomed to a searing hot death. Let's tune into today's radio.
And now for our new program, Yes, I Am Human. It's simple. You send in your photos and we'll check what you really are. Just send your photos to us by email to yesiam@humanverification.agency and we'll handle the rest. But please don't send anything other than eyes, teeth, and fingernails. We will not accept anything else.
Was that a program or an ad? They didn't mention fees, and you know what they say, if a service is free, then the product is you. I wonder if there's some sort of effort or front for a clandestine government organization to collate data regarding physical traits and somehow linking them to this visitor invasion. Just a theory, a conspiracy theory. By the way, I noticed something in this sort of text bubble thingy.
That looks like an eye, straight up.
Pareidolia. Rumораlia. Uncanny for certain. There's something swirling in the unconscious of our protagonist. Or it's just a bit of pareidolia. Our second day is Cucumber Day. Seems like a random, vegetable, but I feel like this might just be a reference to pickles or food preservation. When we get access to our basement, we'll see a whole bunch of jarred pickles. Now let's go ahead and make a couple of phone calls. First to our dear neighbor.
Hey neighbor, good to hear from you. So you let a couple of people in yet? If not, then you really should start thinking about it. Got any questions? You taking people in too? Yeah, I have to. My daughter really doesn't like it, but what can I do? There's no other way. She keeps begging me to take her outside just to get away from all the strangers in the house. But daytime's not an option, so we go for walks at night. Dangerous, I know, but what else can I do? How many signs does it take to tell if someone's a visitor? If only I knew. Nobody really knows how many signs it takes to be sure. I'd say it's probably best to not jump to conclusions, though. Maybe they just went to the dentist before everything went to hell. How do you sort out the issue with food? I got lucky, stocked up ahead of time. If I remember right, you did too. But if you want something special, there's that food delivery service, For Rest. I don't know their number, but you'll catch it on the TV or the radio ads. Alright, bye. Take care. I think this uncertainty regarding how many symptoms are needed to reliably ID a visitor is super key. Not just as a hint for like the gameplay and the unreliability of these protocols, but sort of the larger we live in a society sub-narrative to this game. Now, since we already got the number for Rest, the food delivery company, we give the service a call. Hello, you've reached Johnson's Bird Food. Would you like to place an order? Yeah, 2 cans of Johnson Energy Cup, please. Thank you. Your order has been accepted. We will meet you in the future. I miss Rusty Lake, but I'm glad to have finished that series. At least until Servant of the Lake comes out. Now, I prefer Energica because the fucking coffee doesn't make any sense. Alright, now. Now, the energy drink that we just ordered, once delivered to us at night, will allow us to gain an extra energy point to inspect our guests. Good for emergencies, but if you can, avoid drinking it later in your run. Sooner or later, you'll figure it out. Now, with all these errands finished, let's talk with our guests. Yes, was there something you wanted? Why did they throw you out of the bar? I blame the chain of catastrophe that broke everyone's minds. The sun teetering on the brink of explosion, the arrival of visitors, the economic crisis, and so on and so forth. It's fucked us all up. Some crumbled under the streets, some dove headfirst into the bottle. But me? Well, it was rage that drove me mad. I snapped, climbed onto the bar and screamed, "Stop fucking blaming everything but yourselves!" Let them weep, I say. Tears in the beer don't ruin the pint. Malt and hops taste better with salt. Nobody appreciates it, so I bought them. Okay, so he mentions rage, specifically screaming at the public, or at the least his pub peers. Stop blaming everybody but yourselves. Quit looking for sources of problems without, and start looking within. We're going to eventually U-turn to that poet, Sergei Yesenin, to get more data from the mouth of our bounced patron. So I will keep that in mind for now. Let me show you what inspecting our guests look like. What do you want to check? Teeth. You want me to show you my teeth? Okay, take a look. Take in that odor of sadness and smoke. He's clean, in that his teeth are not clean. If you're scrubbing for dialogue, it's always recommended to pull out your gun at first to read what they have to say, and then clicking hear them out to spare them. You never know. Even if they're innocent, there's always juicy nuggets of dialogue hidden in these interactions. So much that despite all the footage I've collected, I'm still going to have to rely on the Wikia to source some of that dialogue. So big thank you to the fan base, the people who are data mining and collating all that data. Well, shit! Look at you waving that boomstick around. Shoot if you want, you fucking nutcase. Just know that this is bullshit. Clicking hear them out means you give them another chance, but that means you're not gonna shoot them. They don't get like a second choice. You know what? Go f yourself. Sick of you breathing down my neck. Ooh, yeah. I definitely keep this in mind. I mean, pissed off dialogue when you accuse somebody is not super unique, but I don't know, I'm seeing some interesting folding in of that poet's life into this tall bar guy. Again, more on that later, but I'm gonna need more data. I hope this all ends soon. How did you lose your house? Ah, I remember it like it was yesterday. I mean, it was yesterday, wasn't it? Keep this in mind. There are a few unspoken, more nuanced possible symptoms for visitors, and I have a sneaking suspicion that poor or foggy memory is one of them. At least foggy memory surrounding the moment that the particular individual had their sort of collision with the visitor invasion, or largely the cataclysm. I'm being coy, just keep that in mind for now. I had just gotten fired. All I wanted was to go home, climb into bed, and cry my eyes out. But when I got there, I saw a bunch of boots.
In other words, she saw a bunch of strange shoes left at the door, indicating a whole bunch of guests being over. Kind of like rolling up to your house and just a crap ton of cars parked in your driveway or on the streets. Who's throwing the party? That sort of thing.
I thought maybe my roommates had some friends over or something, you know? So I went up to her room to find out what she had been up to. But as I got closer, I started hearing a strange sound. It freaked me out, but I decided to take a peek, quiet-like, and see what was going on in there. I was only able to catch a brief glimpse of my roommate lying motionless on the bed when, suddenly, some grubby guy grabbed me from behind and said, "You can't go in there, she's not well. Come have a seat in the kitchen." Then he quickly pulled me away and sat me down at the table. I wanted to leave, but I was paralyzed by fear. Then, Hey, I need to lie down. My stomach's doing somersaults.
Her recollection cut short. There's still a bit of story between her being sat at the kitchen and her wandering to our home, but sadly our curiosity must take a back seat to our guests' safety. Our other guests' safety. We asked to see her teeth.
Wait, you're gonna make a decision based on my teeth? Okay. I just had my teeth fixed, though if I'm honest, I can't really remember being at the dentist. Was I ever even there? God, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember if I ate yesterday.
Damn. White. Perfect. Almost ceramic-like teeth, and her dentist alibi doesn't even feel solid. She doesn't remember when she would have gotten her teeth so expertly cleaned, and she doesn't even remember what she ate yesterday. Now, on our first playthrough, in fact on many playthroughs I bet, this detail of poor memory would fly under our radar, but it's good to make note of that now. Regardless, our bob-cut lady is a visitor.
I'm a visitor? How? How? It can't be. Oh my god, I was chased out of my home, fired from my job, and now I'm gonna get run out of my own head. I'm scared of dying. Can you cover my eyes? Do you have some kind of...
I'm not taking any chances. I'm talking about the YouTube Iosauron hyperscrupulosity. While the gore in this game is censored in a pixelized fashion, it's still pretty metal. A bit too metal, I think, for YouTube's taste. So I'm gonna cover it up a bit more. It's gonna look like crap, but can't take any chances. Nothing's worth the risks, you know, as the Mandelas say. But I do want to point out that in the game files, but also on the Wikia as well, you can see the uncensored images of the bodies that these visitors leave behind. It's almost comically gory. All red meat, no bones, no organs, almost as if like the tops of the visitors exploded. Listen, I'm not Kentucky Ballistics, but you know, shotguns, they're powerful, but not that powerful. Could it be that these gory, sort of bloomed out remains indicate a sort of shapeshifter, sort of assimilator quality to these visitors? Keep this in mind. Real quick, take a look at this promotional image for No I'm Not Human. It's referencing a very specific film. If something clicked, keep that in mind. But yes, despite the bob-cut woman's ultimately meek demeanor, she is a visitor. If we were to let her spend the night unscathed, it would lead to the death of an innocent human being. What's funny is that the bob-cut visitor lady was such a fan favorite that during early discussion regarding her mechanics, people spread this idea that she's actually totally harmless. They recall keeping her alive in a home full of humans and nobody getting hurt, but that's because our guests only get killed, or at least have a higher chance of getting killed, overnight when 2 visitors spend the night. And it's been such a long time since the game came out, so I imagine a lot of this has been forgotten, but I vividly remember people spreading this rumor that if you make it to the end with human guests, you can actually have the bob-cut girl be in your group so long as you don't have any other visitors. You'll still get the good ending. Out of curiosity, I tested this out, just grabbing her and a couple of human guests, skipping to the end with cheat engine, and bang, we still got the bad ending. Don't get me wrong, the bob-cut cashier was very much likely a sweet and innocent person before her visituration, if that even is a process, that is. But still, regardless, she's a visitor, and she will kill if we let her linger. Don't worry, we'll eventually make a U-turn and explore her dialogue tree separate from this playthrough. While I can't have her going around killing my guests, her story is one that we must pay respect to. Now, sadly, because our energy has been expended, we can't check the runaway's teeth. However, this ultimately won't matter because Well, regardless if she's a visitor or not, her teeth come up the same. Aside from braces, her teeth are pearly white, and she also has bloody gums. More on that much later. But yes, her human variant teeth would make her a false positive visitor detection. We'll explore this aspect later, but right now, from a mathematical game theory sense, even with that extra energy, we still can't effectively detect her visitor status. We'll need to unlock more symptoms as the days progress. Now, we can still talk to her.
I'm sick of all of this. Why are you out there on your own? Well, home was cramped, loud as hell, zero comfort, and I wanted out. Wanted to see the world. So yeah, I grabbed a backpack and a couple sodas, some snack bars, and this old friendship bracelet I made back in school. And I left. Parents probably didn't even notice. Not that I care. Since then, I just wander around, crash wherever I can, and honestly, it's been fine so far. At least nobody's on my back, and I'm my own damn boss.
A fellow hermit, it seems. Of the first 3 guests that we've collected in this playthrough, 2 of them have a, if not moroseful demeanor, at the very least a general feeling of unwelcome in the social situations they previously found themselves in. Just a coincidence? Or are we projecting our protagonist qualities onto these converging fellow humans? Now, for organization's sake and to kind of get the feet wet when it comes to exploring individual characters, I want to just go through all the runaway girls' dialogue. Each day that our guest survives, we can take our conversation with them further in their story. This is particularly difficult to recreate without cheats because of a whole lot of things that can remove a guest from our home. Not just being killed by a visitor if they're human or being killed by us if they're a visitor. There's a lot of other things that can remove them from our home that we'll explore naturally. And like I already said, while I'm going to do my best to collect all the game footage I can to recreate this dialogue, there's just so much. So big thank you to all the data miners and game explorers who contributed the dialogue to the Wikia. This was instrumental in helping me fill in the blanks where I missed them. But yes, let's just pretend we're talking to the runaway on the 2nd day of her stay here.
And how did you survive? Somehow. I'd sneak into stairwells, sheds, or just sleep under a tree, hid from the heat under any roof I could find, ate whatever I could get, some greens growing wild, or a candy bar I swiped from a store. Now what's with that look? Yeah, I stole. Big deal. How else am I supposed to survive? Nobody's gonna hire me, so whatever. What now? Think I'd really steal anything from you? Pfft, please. What, is this some kind of interrogation? Drop it, seriously.
Damn. If anything, she probably would be doing better out there than she would in here. While she got under my skin when I first played this game, I gotta respect her resourcefulness. Well, this is her dialogue on the 3rd day of her stay.
How long do you plan to live like that? Why do you even care? I'll figure it out. Or what? Is it so hard for you to let me stay? Did I steal from you? Clog your shitter? Why are you grilling me, huh? Oh, you're one of those creeps. Met another guy like you once, talked real nice, gave me a place to stay. We watched anime, movies, all that. Thought I'd finally found a decent person, but no. Then he tried to touch me. Freaking creep. Try anything, and I swear I'll fight back. I'm not gonna let anyone hurt me. My dad might be a total jerk, but at least he taught me how to fight. Yeah, that's right. Back off.
As dangerous as visitors are, human beings do a pretty good job making them seem tame. Poor girl. Well, I'm developing a personal theory regarding this visitor invasion. First thing to note, a runaway girl can spawn in as either a human or a visitor. Second thing to note, this moment of danger, and we're going to refer to these as MODs, a potential face-off with her previous Chomo host. There's a sort of quantum aspect. Ooh, yeah, Schrodinger's, is the cat dead or alive type thing going on. Ooh, and we have a cat later in this game. The house is the box. Just keep these potential moments of danger in some of these guests' stories in mind, specifically the variant and guaranteed visitor guests. Now, her next bit of dialogue, the 4th day.
So, what happened to that creepy man? What do you want to know, old man? Looking for a way to handle me if I fight back? Huh? Huh? Whatever. I'm not an idiot. You're not asking out of kindness. You just don't want trouble under your roof, right? Well, I'm not trouble. I'm not stealing. I'm not breaking your windows, so cut it out. Jeez. And anyways, I'm only here because you need me around, right? So that half-naked guy doesn't snatch you up? Yeah, I heard. That's how it's gonna be, then just, whatever. Do your creepy tests. Just don't talk to me.
Note how she doesn't answer that question. Maybe she killed him. If so, based. She ought to not incriminate herself. However, there's also a chance that things didn't go her way. I believe there's a reason this is left ambiguous, to make room for the possibility of her being either a visitor or a human. In the spirit of reading too much into things, I have to commend our protagonist for not taking personal offense to her, I assume, wrong appraisal of him being a creep. I think that he understands why she needs to see every strange person around her as a potential predator, just as our hermit protagonist has to see everyone around him as a potential bothersome interloper. In other words, a visitor. The Runaway is telling a story of somebody who sees independence not just as an ideal, but as a necessity. A strong, strong reflection of our protagonist. However, she's also a strong reflection of the societal decay. Because she's so vulnerable, because she has her own anecdotes of being potentially or victimized by the wickedness of mankind, she has to adopt this policy of false positives. Last guy that asked a bunch of questions was a creep. You're asking a bunch of questions, therefore you're a creep. Last visitor I came across had white teeth. You've got white teeth, therefore you're a visitor. And finally, we have her final bit of dialogue.
Why'd your dad teach you how to fight? So I could beat up the creeps. Or so he could take his shitty anger out on me. Give a punch, take a punch, blah blah blah. Only problem, instead of a punching bag, it was my face. But, like, sometimes it was training. Which, by the way, I hated. Other times you just lose it and beat the snot out of me. And Mom, she didn't give a shit. Didn't even look. I really don't want to end up like them. Why even have me if they're going to treat me that way, huh? I don't get it. Is this really all there is to life? And like now we've got the sun and the visitors to deal with? Great, more ways for everything to suck. Is anything good ever gonna happen? I doubt it.
While we're still missing some key details regarding our protagonist, with this reveal of an abusive father, I think it's safe to say, at least from my perspective, that the Runaway Girl is basically a teenage version of our player character. That exhausts all of our daily dialogue. We're going to do that a couple more times with other guests to sort of prime our palette, but a majority of the extra digging we'll be doing into the other guests outside of this playthrough will be much later in the video. Back to where we left off. It's day 2. We slip into our slumber and wake into the night of our second day, Cucumber Day, or I guess Cucumber Night. We take a peek outside. Oh, it's our neighbor playing with his daughter.
They're playing happily, trying to forget about the ongoing horrors. If only for a moment.
Sweet, but I may say a bit irresponsible. Looking at the second window, oh God. The teenagers that were loitering the night before are dead. Who killed them? Well, we find the answer to our question in the third window. And may I say, this is a fantastic visual.
A man as pale as death itself is standing on the footpath. There's strange folds in his skin. It's as though his flesh is the wrong size for his body on the ground. You can't see his eyes from here, but you can feel it to have happened recently. The blood still hasn't even dried. Fear and pray that the terrifying visitor passes by your house.
It's been a long time since I've seen something that actually instilled me with adrenaline like this creepy image. I don't know if I have game footage of it, but when I first played this game, like legit the first time I played this game and came across this visual, I remember like opening and closing the curtains and shouting at my screen, like demanding that the pale man jump scare me. I don't know, I was invigorated. Anyways, yes, that's the guy that killed the teenagers. Come to think of it, we haven't even met him yet. Formally, that is. Yeah, this is also the guy that will kill us if he catches us alone, or if we tell him that we're alone. The pale man that the runaway teenager referred to in her dialogue with us. And let's not overlook these details. Our characters in her dialogue notes the way that this tall, pale man's skin seems to not fit his body properly. I think this is to describe, you know, a skin-wearing aspect to these possible skinwalkers. Or maybe just this specific one. Now the door's been locking long enough, let's see what's on the other side.
Hi, 4S delivery here. Didn't think the deliveries were still running. You know, I didn't expect people to skip stocking up before the end of the world. Apocalypse or not, guess folks still gotta eat lunch. Deliveries might pay well right now, but the risk is huge, no matter how you slice it. This damn sun. They moved us to night shift because of it. Now people order 20 liters of water at a time. I wish we got hazard pay or tips for lugging that heavy stuff around. Anyway, sorry, got sidetracked. Ready to accept the delivery?
Here you go. Have a good day. Night. Still not used to that. Brutal. While I hope the pay truly is good, I fear we will come to learn that no payment is truly worth the risk. This isn't serving your fellow man in the midst of a pandemic or rescuing people in a natural disaster. This is sticking your neck out during a time where others are appraising people's humanities based on icks and vibes. Sorry, jumping the gun with my frustration with all of this. The story is gonna go pretty dark places. Oh great, this asshole.
Hello? Anyone alive in there? Mind letting me in?
The choices we have for this dialogue are pretty confusing. I think we're reacting to this man's loud knocking on the door. And frankly, I, for one, match our protagonist's disdain for this interloper.
Why don't you knock your own damn head in instead? Sorry about all the banging, it's just... You wouldn't believe what I saw digging that last hole. Folks are dropping like flies lately. But no one's around to bury them. They'll just leave them where they fall. Son will basically cremate them all anyway. Did you just walk off of the job or something? Job ain't worth squat. No one brings in bodies anymore anyways. Folks stop caring about proper send-offs, I tell ya. Son will cremate the corpses anyways, and these nights, they're too short to deal with the dead. If only trouble nurtured us, just like we nurtured it. Anyway, I quit. To hell with it, I'm done.
So I guess he's a gravedigger? Or maybe a cemetery groundskeeper? Or maybe his job is body disposal given the heightened death rates during this cataclysm. Now, he is a randomized guest. He can either be human or a visitor, but in nearly all of my runs, he's a visitor, and for this reason, I hate him so much. Nearly all of the ways that we can test him are identical between the human and visitor variant. The only way to reliably identify whether the gravedigger is a visitor or not is through taking a photo of him, which isn't unlocked, I think, until like day 6 or something like that. For this reason, purely for gameplay reasons, I would say just don't let him in. Just treat him like a visitor. Of course, for our purposes, for dialogue exploration purposes, we're gonna take him in.
Come in. Thanks. Just be quick with that door, alright? I'm terrified those visitors might be right behind me.
Yo! You been seeing all the shit going on? Fucking crazy. You holding up okay in there, bro?
What do you want? Nothing, really. I'm just curious, you know? But hey, I've got a dope-ass way for you to rake in some easy cash. Wanna hear it? Since everyone else is busy being pussies about the sun, you can make fat stacks without lifting a finger. And these chumps are shitting in their pants when they should be honing their grind set. Let's hear it. Well, dying ain't part of the plan, bro. You gotta hustle while you have the opportunity. Fuck the sun. Time to rise and grind, you feel me? Alright, come in. Fuck yeah, my dude. That's what I'm talking about. Finally, someone with half a brain.
How did... Like, listen, I've had my fair share of crypto experience. I'm not judging this overall vibe, but like, how did the devs like perfectly create the mind's eye image of just your everyday sucker to finance-themed confidence tricksters? Like, when you reach a certain age and you eventually come to know a dude that wasted thousands of dollars on bullshit seminars that acts like this guy looks. Anyways, Among Us guy is another randomized guest. We'll take him in. Surface level, the Among Us on his shirt is of course a reference to No Mimi No Imposter, famous COVID game where you must use deduction and borderline psychotic social engineering to figure out who is secretly a No Mimi No Imposter. Fitting to see this reference in this game. Up next, we got somebody who, like the grave robber, is always a friggin' visitor in my playthroughs, despite being a random variant guest, the fortune teller.
I sense the energy here is stagnant. Something very bad is developing within. The Sun and Leo are in the 5th house. I see it all so clearly. You're a pretty assertive person, aren't you?
I don't need anything from you.
I'm not trying to overstep here, darling. I can just help you understand the cause and effect relationship behind the suffering in these walls. A karmic 69, like 2 circling schools of fish. Scratching my back and I'll scratch yours, understand?
Yeah, thanks for dumping all that on my already troubled mind.
I understand that this is a stressful time for you since you're a Capricorn rising. You're juggling several constellations within yourself. You're a complex person.
We can use affirmations to reach the depths of your inner cosmos. You understand, don't you? Then everything will fall into place. Fine, come in. Ah, delightful. You're in quite an excellent location here, to be honest. There's a powerful current of positive energy flowing through your house. Okay, now cards on the table, no pun intended. I used up all my cosmic skill points on understanding tarot for previous games. I'm soft locked out of understanding all about astrology. I'm gonna assume this guest is talking nonsense, that all of this talk about cosmic 69, Capricorn risings, and constellation juggling is just satirical. However, a more strange secret ending will corroborate her claim that there's something special coursing through our house, or maybe under it. Now, we've taken a whopping 3 guests and are still unsure about the status of the runaway girl, so that's 4 possible visitors, 2 of which greatly increase, basically guarantees, the chances of somebody dying overnight. If we do go into the night with more than 1 visitor, we wake up to this message. Smells like someone died tonight. Damn it, not good. The news talks about the invasion of the visitors showing no signs of slowing down, and so the government has started a new task force, FEMA. FEMA employees can be identified by their yellow hazmat suits and gas masks. Merely days since their founding, the agency has already discovered a new way to identify visitors: dirt under the fingernails. Specialists say that this sign helps identify visitors who have crawled out from under the ground. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Next up, a crisis report regarding a pale maniac. But first, some ads. We wake into day 3, Family Day. How sweet. And we have our second testing protocol unlocked. First it was teeth, now it's hands. Apparently, dirty nails is an indication for visitors, on account of them, I guess, being coming from the underground. But regarding the night before, while nothing happened at our neighbor's home, he got home safe with his daughter, we can't say the same about those poor teenagers. And all the meanwhile, the streets is this sort of hunting ground for this fabled tall or pale visitor. Was he the one that killed these teenagers? The programming continues. Turmoil, terror, and suffering, all because of the visitors. But in our hour of need, just as our cries were about to be left unanswered, FEMA has come to our aid. These brave heroes from the Federal Emergency Management Agency are protecting us from the visitor invasion. So far, the agency has identified over 27,000 dangerous anomalies. Remember, you can help the agency by informing them about any suspicious activity around you. To do so, just hand suspects a notice slip to have them visit FEMA. Now, with the kind of brain I have, I'm no stranger to conspiracy theories or a distrust of the federal government. However, I'm a late millennial. Distrust of FEMA is a little bit before my time. You know, I'm more of kind of like a Michael Moore-coded, zeitgeist core avocado toast conspiracy theorist. So, will this unique alternate reality version of FEMA be a noble organization that struggles against the cataclysm? Or are they just another antagonist to juggle, along with the visitors, super visitor, and son? Along with the FEMA commercial, we have a number to call. And if you ever start to wonder whether you might be a visitor, call our hotline, 000-451. Help us help you. Support FEMA and join the fight against the visitors. Funny how in this case, being a visitor is framed as something that you can be unaware of, like something that you might catch. The next program reminds us of a coming encounter. Reports say that a pale maniac has appeared on the streets of the city. Hold on. This can hit different with just one adjustment.
Reports say a pale maniac has appeared on the streets of the city. From various testimonies, police have learned that his victims all had one thing in common. They were alone. Additionally, the maniac talked to the victim before committing their vicious murder. Police have assembled a sketch of the killer from eyewitness accounts. The suspect is a very pale middle-aged man with black hair. He is of slender build and wears a single pair of pants. Further reports have added that he sometimes also wears the skin of a different person. That information has not been confirmed. If you see this man, do not open your door. Do not tell him that you are alone. That's all for now. It's scratching that same part of my brain that Run Away and Hide did in the Mandela catalog. We've already gotten plenty of sort of a sneak peek as to how the Pale Visitor's mechanics works, but we'll kind of dig into it more once we finally meet him. Now, if you recall, somebody died overnight. Checking in the living room, we see that the tall man is still alive, and since humans can't die on their way in, that means the runaway girl died.
Because she's a human, she's left behind various garbage bags, whereas visitors leave behind a mangled pixel sensor body when killed. So if you were to mistakenly dispatch a human, they would leave behind these garbage bags. So the game at least does you the mercy of telling you whether or not you made the right call after making it. But let's not get bogged down by the game mechanics. Rest in peace. What a blow. Well, there's a couple of things we can glean from this. Number one, I don't care how much you ship jacket guy, how much you stan cashier girl, how much you fanfic f***ing femme poly / goddamn OTP big mama with your self-insert OC visitor. Visitors are dangerous. Like, enjoy the game how you want with all the fan stuff, okay? I'm one to talk as a FEMA wife simp myself. But don't f***ing at me with your bullshit if I come off as particularly hawkish against the visitor invasion. They're capable of hurting children if left unchecked, and there's really only one way to check them. Now, unless there's some convoluted plot subversion that I missed, I think it's safe to say that visitors are a certain danger that must be struggled against. Now, we shouldn't do it gleefully. I have a sneaking suspicion about the agency of at least some of the visitors, but we shouldn't let our personal fan biases get in the way of the safety of larger humanity. But enough of that. One thing that's easy to overlook is the fact that the human remains are sort of separated in parts and into these trash bags. Now, I don't think that the visitors did that out of courtesy. I think this is some subtle sort of gameplay storytelling of our protagonist's proper disposal of human remains. There will be a whole lot to the Cataclysm's plot that centers around said proper disposal of human remains, so keep this in mind. Maybe our protagonist is doing the right thing, disposing of the remains in this manner. Well, it's day 3, Family Day. Wonder why. Of our 3 guests that we've taken in, at least 2 are visitors, but let's first make our daily calls. First, our neighbor.
Hey neighbor, you saw what happened out there. Those teenagers got killed. I thought the streets weren't that dangerous. I guess I was wrong. My daughter talked me into going out to play again. It didn't seem too bad until I saw the bodies. That's the last time I risked her life like that. God, I'll never forgive myself if something happens to her. She's my whole world. Is your daughter okay? I don't know. With all those weeds, I was hoping she didn't notice. But back at home, she said she saw a face in the grass. I'm trying to convince her it was her imagination, but she's not really biting. Who killed them? It was that pale, tall thing. I thought it only killed people who stayed inside. I thought I had it under control. Figured if I ever saw that silhouette, we'd head straight back home. I didn't think about what else she might see. All right, be careful. Thanks. You take care too.
Not that we need any more proof, but to be a kid during these times is a nightmare to think about. Can't imagine how being a parent would be. But I'm glad our neighbor is okay. I kinda wish we had the option to tell him that we saw a pale man yesterday. We can try and call For Rest, the grocery delivery service, but they tell us that it's been too soon since our last delivery. They're sort of rationing things out during these trying times. I got a bit of that COVID nostalgia. Cove-stalgia. I believe you can order every 3rd day after your initial call. I'll have it charted out on the whiteboard timeline, but regardless, it's a good habit to call them every day just so you don't accidentally miss it when it's available. Let's go ahead and call FEMA to see what they have to tell us about the 2 symptoms we've learned about so far.
Hello, this is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Medical Division. We are now able to provide consultation services regarding official visitor screening procedures. Please state your question.
Let's first inquire about teeth. If you recall, the word on the street is that perfect white teeth is a dead ringer for visitor identification. Let's see what FEMA has to say about teeth.
What should I know about the teeth sign? For accurate testing, we recommend avoiding tobacco products. Smoking can affect the condition of the teeth, leading to unreliable results.
Wait. What kind of advice is that? Well, if you remember from the TV ad, for this hotline, they said, if you suspect that you might be a visitor, please call the hotline. So let's say you're an impressionable citizen. You want to make sure you're all clear, and you give these folks a call. I feel like the fact that you're even calling them indicates that you aren't a visitor. Maybe. Listen, as hawkish as I am about visitors, there's always the possibility that some of the visitors are unwilling or unaware killers. I do tend to believe the cashier girl's surprise when we accuse her of being a visitor. She even cooperates, just requesting that we give her something to cover her eyes. So maybe FEMA knows that the visitors, or at least some of the visitors, might be unaware of their own nature and may accidentally self-snitch. But I feel like this opens up to a lot more false positives than positive positives. We get a similar vibe when inquiring about hands.
What should I know about the nail sign? To ensure a proper reading of your visitor status, please refrain from washing your hands before examination. Water may remove surface residue, which could lead to errors and/or false results.
White teeth, dirty nails, and many of the other symptoms that FEMA will try to hawk at us will reveal themselves to be crap testing protocols. I mean, even just thinking about what we have so far, for like 5 seconds, you can drum up so many false positives. Good dental hygiene, hard labor. You just got back from Turkey and did your veneers. You've got a bad nail biting habit. And so I find that FEMA's recommendation to avoid washing your hands and avoid smoking cigarettes that stain your teeth to indicate that they're willing to risk major levels of false positives if it just means that they can round up just a small number of visitors. And if what we the protagonists do to visitors is any indication, I think it's safe to say that those innocent false positive people don't stand a chance against the federally funded FEMA. Now, what's next? Oh yes, of the 3 new guests, 2 have to be visitors. Let's go ahead and start our inspections. I just realized we've only ever inspected guaranteed characters, so this will be the first time we'll have to properly use our deductive skills. And we only have 2 energy points, but have 3 people we must inspect. And so,
the reason why I always recommend doing the Energica is so that you can get that shit.
Is because it will allow us to give ourselves a sort of emergency energy point. The only downside being that the caffeine will translate to poor sleep and thusly temporary red eyes, which we will learn tomorrow is a visitor symptom. No, sorry, in 2 days. Or was it tomorrow? Doesn't matter. But this will wear off long before this will translate to any danger for us if we drink it this early on. Let's first chat with the Among Us guy.
Sup? So what'd you do before the cataclysm? Oh, I'm glad you asked, bro. You ever heard of sports betting, eh? So what, you're a scammer? Come on, don't call me that. I'm a fucking analyst, man. If you knew how much cash crossed these palms, you'd be straight drooling, bro. I'm a professional, and I'm all about my business, bitch. People bring their dough to me and get back 5, no, 10 times what they put in.
I always wonder what the hell was that line in the Among Us guy's neck, but now I realize it must be the missing pop filter. Sorry folks, I was too close to the mic. Rookie audio mistake.
So how much did you make? How do I put this? I made 30 mil. In debt, sure, but debt's got nothing on me. And I definitely don't gotta give a shit about them now. I look danger straight in the fucking eyes, bro. Alright, hey, you wanna look danger in the eyes? I need to test you. I wanna see your hands, man. The f, bro? I'm just a regular guy. I don't do no crap with my nails, man. See? Yeah, he's true. He's got clean hands. And don't get me wrong, I wash them, bro. I just didn't have time to do it today. They're clean. Mostly.
Well, his hands are clean, meaning he isn't a visitor. Hopefully. Threatening him doesn't warrant too much except a voice exercise.
You're gonna waste a dude over just some... You're gonna waste a dude just for
In this case, the hands are a reliable way to check if he's a visitor or not, and it lines up with the protocols. Clean hands, human. Dirty hands, visitor. So we spare him and move on to the next suspect. If our assumption of Among Us man's innocence based on his hands is correct, which it is, then mathematically the 2 other guests have to be visitors. This was kind of lucky, because the fortune teller is very difficult to ID based on her teeth, and the gravedigger is impossible. But mathematically we know that they both are visitors. Let's first scrutinize the fortune teller.
I made a slight mistake in my script writing without getting into too much insider baseball. Let's go ahead and skip this initial conversation and go straight into the interrogation of her teeth. Don't worry, at a later point in the video, we're going to U-turn and thoroughly examine every single guest in this game.
Anyways, we see her teeth and we see a bunch of uncannily crowded together teeth. While these teeth do look odd, they're basically identical in her human variant, the only difference being a slight yellowish tint in the human fortune teller's teeth. I don't know if it's my monitor or combined with my color blindness, but even when I have like the Wikia pulled up, I have a hard time discerning. Like I can see the difference between the two in the Wikia, but when like juxtaposed with the game, it's like a blend between the two. It f***s with my eyes. Here's some game footage audio of me leaning back in my chair and like looking like this to see if that helps. Sometimes it does, sometimes it helps. I think, well, you know what? No, mathematically she has to be a visitor. I can't tell. Apparently her teeth are all sorts of f***ed up. Our inner cosmos is reflected in the eyes, not the teeth. Do you wish to see your destiny in them? But yes, she is a visitor, and so... You wish to shoot me because of my teeth? Surely you can sense it's not me. No, Mars and Venus are simply a quarrel. Shoot her. If you kill me, you'll be doomed to eternal... She was about to say that she hopes we were doomed to eternal diarrhea. She says something similar when we turn her away from the house when she's at our doorstep. She might be a fascinating character to explore, so I look forward to digging into her dialogue when we finish our playthrough. I fucking hate this guy. Every time I see this disgusting little fucking rat, he's always a fucking visitor. I vividly remember having a solid run, like deathless. And then, one night, a character I really didn't want dying, we'll meet her soon enough, got killed when I let this guy in. Like, oh, okay, what? That happens all the time in this game. But when I searched the house to find the possible culprit and just find this fucking curled up, barefoot, Severus Snape looking goblin, it just solidified him as an eternal op for me. And here he remains my op, because mathematically, even though we can't say for certain until after we make our decision, he is very likely a visitor. First, let's talk to him. Wish them visitors would just go back underground. Why did you become a gravedigger?
Let me see.
Huh? Oh, my job. Yeah, I don't know, actually. Cemetery's kind of like a library, you know? These books aren't for reading. They just lie there, quiet. I used to know every grave, who's where, how their arms were folded, what suit they had on, their names. Then one day I'm digging a fresh hole, right? Normal day, nothing weird, feels deep enough, and then, bam, empty. Empty, I tell ya. But the paper said someone should be down there. Some guy, dead for sure. I remember he had a mustache, but poof, gone like dew in the morning. If a dead man disappears, is that like dying all over again? Fascinating. I really want to dig into the gravedigger later on in this video, because sadly here in this run, we'll have to take care of him. For now though, let's perhaps look at his strange missing corpse story as his particular individual MOD, his moment of danger. His little pivotal moment regarding the visitor invasion. There seems to be hazy memory, confusing details. Much like his randomized variant, there's like a quantum aspect to it. I don't know, hazy memory seems to come up quite a lot. We'll even see it with the cashier girl too. Also, we have a wonderful subtle nod towards our protagonist. You see, our gravedigger lives death, but also the immortality of Remnant. He's there as a groundskeeper, surrounded by cold bodies. He knows each name, he understands the layout. Despite never truly knowing the bodies, he is well acquainted with the phantoms. And that just reminds me so much of us, the player, through our player character, through our protagonist. Each run, we give these various guests names, develop sort of parasocial dispositions towards or against them. You know, I hate the gravedigger and everyone loves the cashier girl. We get to know each and every one of them, but also develop mnemonic devices to figure out, okay, this is the visitor, this is the human. I don't know, something to think about for sure. Okay, maybe I was a little bit too harsh on him. We'll definitely have to deeply explore the gravedigger later. Now, of course, we can't properly check him. We'll need to replenish our caffeine levels. Caffeine? I said it like Chubby Emu, caffeine. Energica, pure chemicals, but why not drink it if you need to stay up? I need to test you. Fine. Go on, check. I'm wide open. Turned inside out long ago. These hands fed me, kept me alive.
Now, from what I recall, his hands are just as dirty when he spawns in as a human. Again, there's really only one reliable way to ID the gravedigger, and that's through taking a photo of him, which, like I said, isn't unlocked well into our run. But I guess he's not impossible to deduce, because in this case, mathematically, we know he's a visitor, because Among Us is not.
Well, let's see if there's something on the other side. Yep. He's a visitor.
It's a bummer it had to be this way. Of all the characters, it's the Among Us guy that's the human. Speaking of which, we get close to ending our day with two guests, the Tall Man and Among Us. Not too bad, I feel. Before sleeping, we tune into the daily radio.
Have your eyes become red, your teeth white? Has dirt appeared under your nails? An evil spirit has entered you. You're a visitor. Don't let this blight take you over. Call our experts immediately on 777-460. They'll cast out the evil spirit, cleanse your body of the evil spirits that's in you, of the pernicious aura, and provide you with enhanced protection.
Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. Can this service really help us in casting out the visitors? I'm kind of reminded of COVID. The increased use of delivery services, isolation, and desperate alternative ways to combat the cataclysm. In this case, this service seems to operate under the assumption that visitors are possessed humans. Clearly a kooky theory, although perhaps not as far off as one might think. The phone number is labeled Psychics. Not off to a good start.
Hello, please hold while we connect you with an available visitor removal specialist. Hello, who are you? Why do you need to know who I am? To help me banish the visitor spirit from within you. All right, never mind. Listen carefully. You don't have much time. Tell me, do you ever leave a slice of bread out in the kitchen? What? No, why would I? Oh, that explains a lot. You're not on good terms with your house spirit. That's why the visitor spirit came. But no worries, we can work with this. Do you have a personal computer at home? Personal what? You seriously don't know what a computer is? Okay, never mind, moving on. Very well. Then please confirm, do you consume any mushrooms?
One of the options is only kombucha occasionally, referring to the jar of kombucha that we can drink to save our game. At first I was confused and thought that this was a mistake. Kombucha has no mushrooms or fungus. It's a yeast bacteria drink, a probiotic. But then I discovered that yeast is a fungus. Crazy. You learn something new every learn. Beer is a mushroom.
Only kombucha, occasionally. Oh no, you must stop immediately. Kombucha is a known and ancient evil. It allows strands of mycelium to grow inside of you, letting the spirits control you like a puppet. You can't imagine what it'll do if it gets into your memories. It might be erased completely, or played over and over, changing your choices each time.
There's a couple of things we can take away from this. First, this could just be some tongue-in-cheek referencing to the player control of this player character. You won't even know that you're being controlled. In other words, the kombucha cultures this mycelium, that'll come up again way later, that allows this spirit to control the protagonist. Again, probably just some, typical indie game stuff, tongue-in-cheek, the player is an actual character sort of thing, but these fungal themings will come up again in one of the more odd endings of this game.
Worst part? You won't even realize you're being controlled. Alright then, one last question. Has there been any blood spilled in your home? Yes. Ah, that explains it. It's not a visitor spirit, it's a spectral spirit. A dead person's soul. And unfortunately, specters aren't exactly my area of expertise. You'll need an exorcist for that. They'll help you. I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. Goodbye. Your visitor removal session is now complete. Thank you for using our service. A consultation fee will be charged to your connected account shortly. But I thought this call was free. If you watch the ad carefully, the fine print did state that the initial call has a small consultation charge. How would you like to rate your experience today? Go f*** yourselves. Thank you. Your feedback is very important to us. Goodbye.
As kooky as this all sounds, this is likely kind of like a reverse of a red herring, where we have a non-credible comic relief that may, in an even more comedic way, be more thematically apt than we initially gave it credit for. Or I'm just a nut bar. Now in the bathroom we can look in the mirror and check ourselves for any symptoms. This is primarily to check ourselves for any false positives we may accidentally trigger. We're out of energy for now, but when we've got some disposable energy income, we can use it on exploring what our physical state says about our protagonist and his lifestyle.
But we can check ourselves. We're wearing that sweater. We've got our nose is particularly bulbous. I don't know, he looks kind of cute.
And crap, I know I said we were going to hit the hay, but I forgot to chat with the tall man. And you know what? We should probably explore his whole dialogue tree now.
Are things any better here for you? I don't bother anyone anymore, it's not worth it. But when I hear voices on the TV or overhear conversations, a light flicks on inside my mind. Then I stop myself. It's too much to work for no gratification. No, I'm done. These nerves of mine are already shot to hell and back. Life was dreary enough before all this. And now... one day I'll hang from the chandelier over a whole baptized world.
Hanging from a chandelier. I wonder what he means by hanging. Now, if we were to survive into the third day of his stay, this is how our conversation would go.
Is everything okay? Why do you ask?
If we observe the smell of beer on his breath...
I smell something on you. Well, I drank some of your beer. I wasn't feeling well, so I decided to self-medicate with a cold one. There's nothing wrong with that. It's all just one big f***ed up mess. Everyone says they're figuring things out, solving problems. It's all bullshit. Nothing ever changes. You know, my good man, I think we all just might die soon. If the sun doesn't kill us, the visitors will. And if we beat the visitors, we'll sure as hell bury ourselves alive. When a problem is solved, it creates a void, and then we just f***ing create one out of our own to fill it. Like an endless morbid fascination with collectively sh**ing our own pants. Fuck. Oh, go away, I feel sick.
Oh yeah, okay. We definitely need to keep on this inquiry. Keep in mind his observation. Even when the day is won, the benefactors of the victory find a way to fill the void with a newer problem. Overthrow an aristocratic overclass? Well, congrats. Now, let's start splitting hairs and killing each other over minutia and broaden the definition of what makes an aristocrat so that it conveniently classifies our interlocutors. Now, if we were to respond instead more vaguely, not accusing the tall man of drinking our beer...
Do you have a fever? I'm not the one with the fever. It's the whole f***ing planet. Everywhere you look, someone's dying, the glaciers are melting, the forests are ablaze, the world is burning. The planet is trying to shake us off like blood-bloated fleas. One day, it'll succeed, you know. And don't think it'll be painless. Ugh. No, fuck off. Please, I don't feel well.
I really wanted to follow this Sergei Yesenin link. From what I could find, his career as a poet started with more positive vibes, talking about nature and the idyllic rural life. But knowing that, like our tall man guessed, he would suffer from alcoholism, I wanted to see how his poetry turned darker towards the end of his life. I found a poem that might be a dead ringer not only for our despairing tall man, but maybe even our protagonist. I'll be reading a translated version of Sergei Yesenin's The Black Man. In this case, black is referring to a shadowy darkness, not skin pigmentation. I'm sick, my friend. I'm very, very sick. Can't put my finger on the origin of this pain. Either the wind whistles over an empty, deserted field, or alcohol rains on my brain like it's a September grove. I'm reminded of the empty fields surrounding our home, but also, of course, of the tall man's self-medication. My head flaps its ears like wings on a bird, no longer capable of holding itself up on my neck. A dark man, dark man, sits down on my bed. A dark man won't let me sleep at all tonight. I think there's some possible linking between this dark man and the pale man, the mascot antagonist of this game. We haven't even met the pale man yet. The pacing of this video is fucked. The dark man traces his fingers over a loathsome book. Keep that in mind, and droning above me like a monk over a dead body. Double keep in mind, reads to me the life of some profligate scoundrel as fear and anguish surge. Dark, a dark man, dark. Listen, he mutters. Bingo. I think we found something. This book is full of magnificent thoughts and plans. This man lived in a country of the most repulsive burglars and charlatans. In December, snow is devilishly pure in that country, and blizzards spin merry spinning wheels. That man might have been a hustler, but of the highest caliber. He was elegant, and a poet to boot. Not especially strong, but dexterous, and called some women older than 40. a naughty little girl and his darling. Happiness, he used to say, is agility of mind and hands. All awkward souls are known for their misery. It's no big deal that broken and deceitful gestures bring so much pain. In time of thunder, of storm, of everyday cold, in time of great loss, and when you're sad, smiling and maintaining a simple appearance is the highest art in the world. Dark man, don't you dare! You're no diver to plunge my depths. What do I care about the life of some scandalous poet? Be gone, and read this to some other man. The dark man looks at me, point blank, and his eyes fog up with blue vomit, as if to tell me that I'm a cheat and a thief who steals without shame or hesitation. In a way, the dark man is judging the poet for his life choices and written words. He's like a reflection of this poem's protagonist, staring him in the face, while the protagonist is there laying sick, perhaps on the cusp of death. The dark man is sort of trying to convince or show the indigent poet that he's not long for this world, and perhaps something that he's written indicates that he wants to die. However, it's likely that I'm looking for patterns to confirm my desires. If you've played this game, you probably know where I'm going with this. We'll be comparing the coming game mechanics of the Pale Man to the implications that I think I've found about this dark man. The poem loops to that beginning chunk. I'm sick, my friend. I'm very, very sick. Can't put my finger on the origin of this pain. Either the wind whistles over an empty, deserted field, or alcohol rains on my brain like it's a September grove. It's a chilly night. The crossroads are calm and peaceful. I'm alone at the window. No guests or friends will be coming. The entire plain is thick with soft, crumbling plaster, and all the trees have assembled in our garden like horsemen. In the case of our game, we're dealing with the total opposite. Hot nights and hotter days, and there's definitely guests coming over. Whether or not they're friends, however, is up to us to figure out. Somewhere, a sinister nightbird is crying. The wooden riders are scattering a hoof-like clatter. Once again, the Dark One sits down in my armchair, raising his top hat, carelessly removing his frock coat. Listen, listen, he croaks, staring me in the face, leaning over and closer to me. I've never seen any scoundrel suffer this needlessly and stupidly from insomnia. Ah, well, I guess I was wrong. After all, the moon is out. Does our sleep-drunk little world need anything else? Maybe she will walk by in secret, on her fat haunches, and you'll read your puny, languid lyrics. Ah, how I love poets, amusing folk. In them I can always find a story my heart recognizes. Say, a long-haired freak talks to an acne female classmate about worlds dripping with sexual stupor. Somewhere, I don't quite remember, in some village, maybe Kaluga, or maybe Ryazan, a boy was born in a simple peasant life, with yellow hair and blue eyes. And then he grew up, became a poet to boot, not especially strong, but dexterous, and called some women older than 40 a naughty little girl and his darling. Dark man, you're an impossible guest. Everybody knows your wretched reputation. I'm livid, I'm enraged, and here comes my cane, flying right at his mug, at the bridge of his nose. The poem takes a beat. The moon has died. The dawn turns blue at the window. Ah, night. What the hell have you done? I'm standing in my top hat. No one around. I'm alone. And a broken mirror. A lot of subtleties we can tie, but I really like the implication that after this bludgeoning, the night passes. He evidently resists the beckoning of the dark man and survives into the dawn, and yet the broken mirror indicates that the dark man was in fact a reflection of him. A doppelganger, a skinwalker. But listen, if you're probably thinking, yeah, nice poem, you big dumb bitch, but what does this have to do with no, I'm not human? The penultimate line is, I'm alone. You already know where I'm going with this. If you don't, you should really buy the game. It's Christmas. What's wrong with... Actually, that's completely outdated. It's not even... It's New Year's has already passed. Did I really think I'd finish this by Christmas? Delusional. Now, we were talking to the tall man. Our fourth conversation has 3 parts. Feeling any better?
My good man, we're all going to die someday. That's an unavoidable truth. What do you think happens to us after we die?
We can give what feels like an uncharacteristically spiritual answer.
I believe faith will deliver us to the sweet hereafter. There's something to that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. You know why? My brain will reach out for that while I'm dying. It'll show me visions of some paradise, somewhere nicer than here. And when my strength to hold on to that fragile dream fades, what then? No. It doesn't make me feel any better.
I've got to keep this in mind. I feel like this description of holding on to a paradise only to ultimately let go is something that we can explore in one of the more secret endings. If we give him a more agnostic answer,
I don't know, maybe we float around in space? If you really think about it, you must be completely alone in the universe. There's clearly no other life, just cold, empty space. If there were, we'd have picked up on some kind of signal or sign by now, right? I don't know. An empty void of endless darkness. Ending up there would be the same as disappearing. I want to be alone.
This too sounds like some subtle commentary on the nature of this game's various endings. Maybe. Or perhaps we're just exploring our tall guest's fixation and deep fear of death. If we answer his question nihilistically,
nothing. I was truly hoping you'd say something else. But you might be right, of course. But that does sound so sorrowful. For there to be nothing in the end after all of this, nothing but darkness. I suddenly don't feel like talking anymore.
Sad stuff. Ideations of death while also a fear of eternity that follows it. This guy really is a poet.
In our final conversation with the tall guy, we check in on him one last time and he laments how low our ceilings are, saying that if he was back at the bar, he would have an easier time taking his own life. That much I do recall in my conversations with the tall guy, but this, at least according to the Wikia, I don't remember this. Maybe this is an update. But he continues on, saying that he found some poetry lying around. If we allow him to read, this is the excerpt he chooses. When the evening is spread out against the sky, like a patient etherized or anesthetized upon a table, let us go through certain half-deserted streets. The muttering retreats. There, that's it. What do you think? If we say that it's beautiful, he thanks us and says he feels better, which is good. This must have been an update to kind of quell the concerns of a lot of fans of the tall guy, because I don't remember this poetry segment. This is a last-minute realization, but it does segue into what I have already prepared. So let's just go right into the poetry connection.
We've already spent way too much time talking about the tall guest, but I've got one more thing I want to bring into the table. We've got to dig in a little bit more into his connection with Sergei Yesenin. Now don't worry, I don't expect we'll be digging into all the guests this hard, but certainly I think the devs are subtly telling us something when they give these guests deliberate referential names like Yesenin. Sergei Yesenin had a drinking problem, possible anger issues, and from what I could gather, he was quite flighty because of being constantly scrutinized by Soviet Russia's secret police, the NKVD, despite from what I could find Yesenin's support for the revolution and the rise of Bolshevism. Still, it got to a point where in 1923, he and a few of his friends were under serious accusations of fascistic leanings by the Writers' Union. Just a year later, in 1924, 14 poets, including one of Yesenin's friends and one of his co-accused, Ganin, were tortured and executed without trial. Now, to be fair, this is from Wikipedia, and while I was able to follow these details to a Russian biography page for Yesenin, I had trouble finding specifics. I'm going to say, however, this is a shortcoming on my part, and trust that what's on the Wikipedia is accurate. But hey, maybe my American education makes me biased against Soviet Union chicanery. I don't know though. Playing fast and loose with accusations and leaning on fabricated last-minute false positives to gain casus belli for persecution and execution in this case kind of seems like the MO for that crowd. Not saying we were any better, Red Scare and all that. Again, I could be totally compromised by my Americanized education. And maybe there are some poems out there that reveal Yesenin to be a turncoat, scum-sucking fascist. Well, nonetheless, after these executions, Yesenin would undergo a series of interrogations, and despite surviving the scrutiny, still ultimately taking his own life, just a year later in 1923. Hanging Now, where am I going with this? Our tall man had a drinking problem, clear anger issues, and has a deep, deep, deep sense of unbelonging. He was prejudiced, scrutinized, and kicked out of the bar off of vibes alone. And frankly, if he didn't heed the exile, he probably would have likely been falsely accused of being a visitor and thusly executed without trial. Now, operating on the assumption that Sergei Yesenin was a sympathetic figure, a true patriot that bled red, red, and red, you can really tie the two characters together and potentially tie this feeling of unwelcome to an angst that constantly hangs over our player protagonist. This feeling of isolation, a chronic, in the case of Sergei Yesenin, a terminal unbelonging. In a strange way, you can also tie the sort of false positive, accusation happy, I believe the term is called donos or denunciation back in the Soviet era. But yes, the hyper scrupulous NKVD secret police type stuff going on in the Soviet era to this new established visitor invasion. In the case of the tall man, it was his fellow bar patrons that were all too happy to ostracize him and exile him. It's only going to ramp up from here. But one step at a time. I feel like we've already overextended way too hard. But hey, it gives people some more time to come to the decision to get the game themselves. For now, let's keep this in mind. There is a psychosis, if that's the right word, that mobs of people fly into when given a new classification for a bad thing. We'll already naturally go over the folly that is the testing protocols, their false positive nature, but just like how those bar patrons use the tall man's height and brooding nature to kick him out, make him an outcast, treat him like a visitor. Just like how some card-carrying Soviets will use vibes alone to label you a dissident, we will see FEMA and one particularly intimidating antagonist almost completely ignore the visitor invasion and just use the cataclysm as just a cassius belly for open season. White teeth, dirty nails, or just not liking the way that you look, casting a wide net to classify valid targets. We're crying out loud, let a dude sleep. Our head hits the pillow and we wake up into the night. At the first window we see FEMA workers, a whole friggin' army of them, wandering about our neighbor's property. We, the player, don't yet know what they're looking for, but our protagonist wonders if they're taking soil samples. Makes sense, given that there was talk about visitors coming from the ground. In the second window we see, oh geez, that's right, the teenagers. Their deaths are being investigated by those two FEMA guys.
The charred husks of the teenagers' bodies are lying on the ground. It looks like they've been there all day. Two FEMA employees are standing next to the bodies and writing something down. It's a good thing they showed up to take away the corpses. You hate to think what kind of diseases could spread if the decaying flesh was left to rot out there.
Okay, this is a little bit of foreshadowing. Note our protagonist's concern for corpses being left out, I want to say overnight, but really it's over day. However, he makes a mistake. He refers to these bodies as rotting, when really they would be charring out in the sun. Now, I'm not a biologist, but if these bodies have charred this far over just one day, then they'll quickly turn into brittle blackened carbon, if not in one day, maybe a couple. Old civilizations used to burn bodies to prevent the spread of disease, and so the sun is doing it for us here. And yet, this concern of our protagonist will ultimately be totally justified. The third window is somewhat comforting, given the circumstances.
You see a group of armed soldiers through the window. Apparently it's a small squad that was sent here from the city to provide security for FEMA employees. Here's some fragments of information about a pale man with a bared torso. Maybe they want to track down that creepy visitor?
Comforting, if only for a moment, until we look through the peephole.
Howdy. I'm not letting you in. Is your door nice and sturdy? Never know what might happen to it. You understand. I've got a gun. Delicious. Despair gives courage to the coward, yes? So, you alone?
Here is the main game over condition that we must avoid. If the goal is to avoid taking in visitors, then why not just take nobody in? Well, this is why. If we were to have been asked this question with no guests or answer, yes, I am alone, we'd get a unique cutscene that segues into one of the, I believe, 12 endings in this game. Let's first finish up this dialogue and then we'll go ahead and give a cursory exploration of the ending that follows it if we fail this alone test.
No.
I'm not alone.
It's your lucky day. I can hear someone whispering inside. But who knows where they'll be in a few days.
I find it so strange that this powerful being, capable of some pretty nutty stuff we've yet to witness, requires us to be alone or say that we're alone to break down our door and, well, might as well show you.
Yes, I'm alone. I know you're alone. I just wanted to see if you'd lie or not. I'll let myself in.
Okay, so a death from breaking of the neck, likely asphyxiation or maybe internal failure from the spinal severing. Nonetheless, similar to what would happen if one would be suspended from the ceiling. However, I want to offer a different theory. Every single one of these endings, even these game over ones, have these sort of slideshows at the end, like they're official cutscenes. And here's the one associated with the "Yes, I am alone" ending.
Even days later, the house remains empty. Everyone avoids it like a dark omen. More rumors swirl than the number of those who ever called at home. The house, just like the final traces of its owner, has been lost to time.
No,
No
I can't
relatives
kill
ever
it.
come to collect what was left behind.
Okay, then. Regardless.
The homeowner simply vanished, as if they never had existed at all. Everything that belonged to them is lost, worn away, or
I
forgotten.
think I'm going to read someone because I'm falling asleep. Let me
Why do
see.
people disappear so completely?
Who's left? Maybe Shia.
Once death finds you, the proof you ever existed begins to fade
I'm
almost
so
immediately. Belongings, creations, thoughts, memories,
I took a nap.
emotions, they all dissolve into the void.
Yes.
There's no more
Shia.
you, only nothing.
Actually, wait.
As if you were never a part of this world to begin with.
Now, this was the first ending I've ever gotten in this game. I misunderstood the instructions as telling the pale man that you are alone, and so I made the mistake of telling him that even when I had a house full of guests. So maybe this is why I'm fixated on this particular detail.
Someone else.
Even days later, the house remains
Is
empty.
anyone
Does that mean if we were to get this
anyone
ending with
me?
guests in our house, they
You're
would
going
have
to say
also been
hi
killed?
to
That makes
someone.
sense. After all, what would have killed those three
Hey,
teenagers? But I won't
happy
lie, when I was first mulling over this ending, for the purposes of this video, I was even considering that there were no guests in the first place. But
Without a
nonetheless,
typo,
we'll
was it?
continue on. Everyone avoids it like a dark
There you go.
omen. Why? The whole dang world is a dark omen.
Right.
More rumors swirled in the number of those who call that
Copy
place
the one
home.
with the global
Rumors swirl
emo.
about some
If you're
random
not
abandoned
sub,
house in the
copy the
outskirts.
second one.
In the
If you're sub,
post-apocalypse, is there even anybody to come up with
we're
said
going to say
rumors?
hi
The
to
homeowner vanished as if they
Tom.
never existed at all. So nobody.
I'm going to leave the video maybe for tomorrow. Maybe watch it. I don't know. I'm other like that. So yeah, we're going to say hi to Tao. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow for Survival Sundays with the nerds. Thank you so much for all these cuties. To Pengu, Mu, and Takao for the raid. Thank you, Kiki, for modding and making a wonderful emote. And that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for the whatchamacallit? For the sponsor quotation mark segment of the game. We are going to raid House of Town because they having a affiliate anniversary. So yeah, again, if you are not sub, copy that one. If you are sub, copy this one. We're going to say hi to town. Take care, everybody. Have a happy rest of your day, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.